Hello there. Hello, Brenton Edwards. Just had to reconnect chat here. How's it going, man? How you doing? No hype, no hype. Hype's going to 0. I forgot to reset it. Hello, Kirith. How you doing, man? Oh. Bloody hell, what a clonkus. Just feeling hyped. No hype allowed. There's been a hype ban. What do I think of Evo? I don't think. I don't know. That looks alright. You're hyped for the no hype. It looks alright. You know, we'll have to wait and see. There's no hype today. Today's a hype-free day. Oh, hello, Novotny. You play it on console. I'd play it on the Nintendo Switch. Sebring, guys. Sebring. 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 Eh? Sebring. Hang on, the hype. There we go. I'm well good at what I do. Totally didn't leave the settings on from the last stream. I'm going to play it on a bass fishing rod myself. It's coming to GameCube. Yeah. GameCube wasn't very successful, was it? I quite like the mini screen that you could get for it, and you could get an aftermarket battery pack for it as well. Yeah. GameCube was weird. What was the best game? Mario Kart Double Dash. F-Zero X, I think, was on GameCube as well. Those were the best games on that. No, bloody NHL Hits was on the GameCube as well. That was good. Oh, God. That was a well good game. Which layout are we doing? There is only one. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. That was a PC game though, wasn't it?
The pace car is out of control.
Hazardous on Twitch, thanks for following, welcome. Hello. Hello. Is this, yeah, this is F1, this is actually F1 95. This is Nigel Mansell's World Championship.
Slow down. You got a penalty?
A much better game than F1. Resident Evil. I never liked Resident Evil. I don't... Oh! I'm an idiot. Best game on the GameCube? Bloody hell. It's obvious. It's... bloody Super Monkey Ball. The Super GameCube version of Super Monkey Ball is amazing. Absolutely amazing. There you go. That was the best game on the GameCube. The ramp And parachute and land on the target mode was the amazing minigame. One of the best. Great game that.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Oh, put the pit limiter on. There you go. That was the best game on the GameCube. Double Dash as well. Mario Kart. I think Nintendo should make another Double Dash game, or that mechanic, because that is absolutely the best Mario game for if you're playing a game with someone that's really young, a toddler or something, or you know, someone that's absolutely terrible at stuff. Double Dash is actually fun, or it's just fun with, you know, two people on the same thing. Is a good mechanic. I'm surprised more games don't use it. Novotny, don't lie to him. Don't lie to him. Don't. Come on, Novotny. Oh yes, Novotny. Did you know that you can do on YouTube? You can type as an editor. You can type /clip or something, /something or whatever, and then a marker /marker, and then it puts a marker in the stream, and then we got markers, and then we can know what to clip or what to edit into shorts. Because you know how much I love shorts, because I think they're really good. You know how I think shorts are one of the best things that ever happened to humanity, and not completely toxic, useless thing. So it was pointed out to me I need to be better at self-promotion. The problem is, if you hate yourself, why would you promote yourself? I hate influencers. I hate the whole influencer thing. It's disgusting. Hyping themselves up. Bloody. I'm never gonna be an influencer. I refuse. Yes.
Join the Force. Move to the dark side, yes.
No. What's going on in Novotny land at the moment? Have you won any games of CS recently? I think this track could be more bumpy. I think it's not bumpy enough. Putting some old aces back? What does that mean? Is that a drink or something? I don't speak Novotny. I don't understand your language. Oh, 5-man kills. Okay. You must be playing at a very low rank. Ah. Well, I give kills to the other teammates to let them feel pride, because I'm a team player. That's what I am. That's why I play driving sims. They're well known as team games. I like how this track has the Breaking Bad RV on it. Wow, you have to brake early for that.
They say you cut the course.
I don't think I cut the course. I think I just drove a different track there. There's no hype here, cat bite.
No hype.
This is no hype zone. We're just relaxing. We're just taking it easy, farming some IR. Well, probably going to lose IR on this. I don't think I've ever finished in the top 5 at Sebring. Is it not? What do you mean on the stream? You mean? Oh well. Sometimes it breaks. People can do without it. Anybody on YouTube want to say hello? Oh look, there's a guy that's sentient fire alarm. See, Twisted Faith, hello. I can see the messages. Don't know why YouTube Twitch isn't. Maybe I have to just refresh the browser source. Hope I'm all good. I'm alright, yeah. My sleep's been terrible. But pretty bad headaches as well. But I'm alright. What can you do? We're breathing. That's good enough for me. But you've been enjoying nosebleeds? Well, you know that's pretty normal if you watch this channel. Have you really watched this channel enough? If you haven't learnt that your nose and ears start bleeding after 10 minutes of listening to DD Girl song for the millionth time. DD Girl! Where's he going? I bought a Quest 3 after watching your video. Brilliant bit of kit, great video, and Game of Muscles very sexy. Yeah, no, I agree. Quest 3 is great. Did you get a Bobo VR head strap? It's well worth getting that. And also getting like a facial interface change for it. I haven't had a nosebleed for years. I'm sure I'll get one soon. I did have a mental thing a few months back. Well, 6 or so months back. I was coming on a flight back from somewhere. And I must have got like some like pressurized air stuck in my sinuses or something. Or like my so planes are pressurized to like 8,000 foot. So somehow, when we were in the air, there must have been like some pressurized air got stuck in my sinuses. Anyway, when we came to landing, that was interesting. Like, oh my god, the pain. It was mental. And then, like my eyes, I was just like, my eyes were watering. And it was honestly, it was so bad. I couldn't do anything. And I was like, oh, I've worked out that it was just probably air pressure in my sinuses. So I was like, well, no point panicking. But it well hurt. I was like, when is this going to stop? I was like trying to clear my, like, you know, swallow and stuff. Just nothing would happen. It was mental. You were definitely tired. Oh, that sounds like it was in the ears. This was like in the sinuses. It was crazy. It was like a 9 out of 10 ice cream pain. But constantly getting worse, and for like 10 minutes. Sounds like the experience of tuning, yeah? Oh dear. It's really funny when you get really bad pain in public places. It's not funny, but it is. Like last time, actually when I was in Cologne, sat on a train, going to meet up with one of the guys from Overtake, and just sat on the train, And my back just decided to, like, all the muscles in my back just decided to go, no. So, like, shattering back pain. Like, probably like a 7 out of 10 on the pain scale. Like, oh my God. Like, I'm going to pass out kind of pain. I was like, I am barely conscious. And there's like 3 or 4 other people in the carriage. I'm crying. My eyes watering. I'm just like, oh dear, that was funny. Fortunately, it got better pretty quick afterwards though. That's well weird, those things. I don't know what's going on with that. Probably like a spinal blood clot. It's weird though, isn't it? It makes you think, why evolve? Why? What's the evolutionary benefit of those kind of situations? It's not like you're going to suddenly go, oh yes, hang on, I won't do what I'm doing. It's like, well, if I got attacked by a bear at that point in time, I'd have been like, oh, just eat me. just eat me. You got ear pain and was deaf the entire day. Most awkward thing was the flight was for a job interview. So that went well. Why do you think you're qualified for this job as a audio test specialist? Sorry, can you repeat that? Why do you think you're uniquely qualified to help us test this precise audio device where we need a human to validate the equipment? I beg your pardon? That's so stupid. It's a piano tune. Yeah, piano tuners make good money. So, I have a family member that works in an industry that makes use of piano tuners, and they get paid a lot. Not my family member, but the piano tuners. I mean, my family member gets paid all right, but like, yeah, they're even more in demand now because there's not many of them left because a lot of pianos have been replaced for digital stuff. Hello, Orimu. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Oh man, you know it's bad today because I'm drinking coffee. We're not even having tea. Nice coffee though. Tesco's 3 strength coffee beans. I'll put some caramel. What's it called? What's the caramel flavored? What's it called? What's the stuff called? You put in a coffee like a shot of flavour, but it's sugar as well. Syrup. There you go. Put some of that in it. It's quite nice. Only a tiny bit, but it's enough for it to be quite a strong flavour. Just enough to have a hint of caramel, which is great because I don't like the sugar in it. But it's nice to have a tiny, tiny little caramel kick. Adds a bit. Doesn't interfere with the coffee flavour. And there's not too much. If you put too much in, it's too sweet. I think coffee tastes weird when it's sweet. I don't know what that is with Americans, where they basically their idea. This is turning into slagging off Americans again, as is tradition. But what they do is they get something like coffee, and then they bloody put loads of sugar in it. And it's like, well, why have the bitter thing to start with if you're going to turn it into something sweet? Just have an ice cream. I don't know. Have a donut. Mind you, Americans eat so much sugar with stuff. Maybe they don't notice. When I was in the States that one time 5 years ago, and I went to like I don't know if it's a Dunkin' Donuts or something. I don't know. I went to a cafe place, and I was like, oh, I'll have a cup of coffee and a donut. Why not? And I couldn't finish it. I couldn't finish the donut. It was so too much sugar. It was so much sugar. I was like, I actually can't. My body is rejecting this. It was just too much. It wasn't even like a normal donut. It tasted like those bloody what's those things that Newcastle people have and Scottish people have. what's it called? A yum yum. There's pastries which are like dripped in sugar. I can't eat them either. It's just too much sugar. Sweet coffee's like warm beer. Yeah, but then I mean, I like Guinness, and that's quite warm, relatively speaking. But yeah, cold beer is so much better than warm beer. Spanish do that, right? They chill the glasses. Warm beer is a bit of a British thing, to be honest, because I think it's so cold that people don't notice. That's probably like the Americans with sugar. Brenton Edwards, Americans take something good, then ruin it. Yeah, to be fair, the Brits are pretty good like that, like taking a group of people, planting them in a place, and then destabilising the region, causing hundreds of years of conflict. So, you know, I think the Brits invented it.
Political reference.
Coldest beer I had was in the Netherlands. That was just because they were miserable when they served it. The beer was quite warm. Dutch people always seem bloody happy. I don't know what's wrong with them. It's all the stroop waffles. They're high on sugar. Advent health. You can't imagine drinking beer. Guinness is really nice, to be honest. I mean, I have it in the fridge. I mean, I do prefer cold beer. I prefer wine cold. When I used to drink, I mean, I don't drink alcohol anymore, but like when I used to, I know you actually get better flavour from slightly warm wine. You can distinguish flavour better, but personally, I always just drinks in general. I think I like cold drinks. I never really liked, apart from tea. Actually, to be fair, I do drink tea and coffee. Lukewarm drinks, I don't like. It either has to be hot enough to burn your mouth, or cold enough to freeze your mouth. No in between. It's to be the extremes. That's weird. I don't like champagne. Champagne tastes like vomit to me. It's too like yeasty tasting, and then bubbles make things taste somewhat acidic. I think. I don't know. I'm not a drinker, so I am fully prepared to be like I don't know nothing about it. I'm happy for people that can drink. Good for them. I mean, I've said this before, probably a billion times, like everything, but we used to make our own wine out of elderberries. It was quite nice. Quite a weird flavour, but actually quite nice. Not nice if you're expecting wine, grape wine. It certainly has its own flavour, but it's actually, I quite like it. It's quite a hedgy, quite like a more sort of rusticy kind of flavour, more like medieval flavour. Taste another, some beer, also vomit for you. Check Darkwood. Yeah, it must be like a yeasty thing, but like it's weird because I really like yeast flavour. I like yeasty breads, and I like strong cheeses and stuff. So it's probably to do with a certain, people have different taste sensitivities to who doesn't? Everyone has yeast all over them. Yeah, people have different sensitivities to different chemicals. So, and then obviously you'll have like your subjective learning of what you associate those chemicals with, and also the context of those things. Like Parmesan cheese literally has the same chemicals as vomit, but you don't associate it in the same way. It's weird. Yeah, everyone needs yeast on them. Literally. I think you actually do have to have yeast on you. You will have, even if you like it or not, but you have to a degree. You need the right kinds, though. In Albania, you got served a chilled red wine made from plums. Oh, I think I've had that. Not in Albania. Then at both. I think I've had like a plum wine. Oh, I tell you what's really nice. That like mulled wine, but like not like the Christmas mulled wine, but like the Germans do one, which is quite similar to that's like a standard Christmas mulled wine. I'm sure they do lots of them, but there's like a traditional one I had in, I think it was in Frankfurt or something. And that was quite nice. But I was in the Alps one time. I sound well posh. I was in the Alps. Well, rather, tiddly pop. I was in the Alps one time skiing. Fucking hell. What a posh bastard. And, actually, I was only like 12, but we had mulled wine. It was really nice. Probably because I was drinking alcohol as a 13, 12, 13-year-old. I think everything alcoholic when you're that age is nice, so... Imagine how that would go down in America. France are like, children, have consumed this drug that often leads to crippling addiction, destitution, and organ failure. But here you go, child. You can enjoy this. Here's a drug that's responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people every year. Perfect for children. The French are like, yeah. You will need to have the drink. She's Japanese French. Oh la la. Ça de ma ça de dur. Oh, Japanese French accent. That's got to be the best accent ever. Nane. Cheese nane. Saucy. I entertain myself. That should be a thing. French-Japanese accent. I'd like to apologise to all the Japanese people, but not the French. Brenton Edwards, it's part of your natural microbiome. Sounds like the Eden Project, that.
Alright, let's check a flag.
The yeast and bacteria maintain the balance. This is why if you're on antibiotics or antifungal medications, increase the risk of imbalance. Yeah. Will I be in Dortmund? I will, yeah. We're doing Sim Racing Expo. I'll be there. I'll be like hiding away. I'll be mulling around. I'll wear a disguise. I don't like talking to people. No, it's really good. It'll be good. I think this year's Sim Racing Expo will be awesome, actually. It's good for me because there's lots of people in sim racing
guys.
that are like YouTubers and influencers.
You too, man.
That I only see at events, so be cool. This is going to be a disaster. Oh well, this is going to be a survival mission. 105 if we finish in 22nd. Oh Jesus.
The estimated SOF is 2,391. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
Wow, Brenton, if I knew these things, I wouldn't be allowed to say, would I? Hello, Biggerham.
Easy on T1.
Oh, should we leave the Salt on? Let's do it. We're not getting through the first lap.
Okay, let's go.
I'm so slow at this track. I've just really never driven this. Oh well. This is going to be absolute carnage at the start. I don't think we'll get through this. I don't think we're finishing this race. Yeah, you have to qualify in the top 5, otherwise it's a shit show. That's just iRacing. That's also most racing as well. Like, have racing, which is normally a bit of a shit show, then add in tyres that don't drive at the limit, then add in tons of network smoothing, then add in random damage. It's not going to go well, is it?
Oh, nice. We got Marcel Kiefer in the race. This will be fun. Trying to do a Rasta first.
I mostly do. I mostly use my. I mostly use the HOTAS. Yeah.
Left side, you're in the middle, 3 wide. Right side, 2 wide. Right side, 2 wide. Keep to the left. You're on the left, 3 wide.
This is Operation Follow Marcel.
Car line, 2 wide.
He knows what he's doing. I don't. I just follow the good guy. Oh, he's gone. I know, we're still there, still on him. Genius. Follow Moses, guys.
Go left.
Yeah. Oh no, I've lost Moses. No, Mo.
Car on your left. Clear on
What are you doing?
Still good.
the right side. Clear on
We're still with Moses.
the left side. Clear on the left.
We're still following Moses. Blessed be. It's great that he drops banana peels outside of his car as he drives along. No, we're following Marcel. He knows what he's doing. It's a great tip in life, this. Follow the good person. Right, after one lap. Oh, not too bad.
There's an incident ahead.
What?
Left side, clear. Slow down. You got a penalty. We're cutting the course. Go right.
It's really weird in this, the way that if you've already started understeering, you can't, there's no way to recover it without continuing to understeer. Like, you can't brake and get the back rotated to undo what you've done. So you have to have always preemptively have known what the right thing to do was. Ah, we've lost Moses. Come back, Moses. Right, see that? I can't add more brake to rotate the car.
Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Because it will just understeer more. Even you can't turn more. Anyway, we don't need the lecture on how shit the tar model is in this game. Everyone knows. Here we go. More crashing up front. Everybody knows. It's set every stream. There we go. Oh, there's another car on the wall there. Samuel Toro's gone. Just not even bother attacking because he's faster than me, so makes more sense just follow him. Just here for the shunts. keep with this guy, that'd be good. I did. Everything's intentional on this channel. The donation. I want the donation reminder. Yeah. Why put track markings there if you can drive really far out? You'd think they'd just readjust the track markings, right? We might as well just stick behind this pink car because we're using him to help us learn the track here. It's not even a breakthrough, that just a lift should work. What about Husingveld neon logo? Niels has forced me to put the sign up. Contractual obligation. Is to go. Again, another optional white line. Oh, Takeshi's Castle's in the pit lane. I don't think Sebring's a bad track actually. I think it's just the bumpiness of that straight is mental. It's because it's the taxiway of an old runway, so it's just huge concrete slabs that have had subsidence and they've never resurfaced it, which is weird, really. You'd think because they do a lot of racing here, so you'd think they'd go, oh, hang on a minute. I don't think you actually drive on the runway though. It's all taxiways. Runways tend to be quite nice and flat, mostly. I mean, some older runways are a bit bumpy, but. Doing alright, yeah. Going better than I thought it would. Yeah, they could put bread, they could put donuts all over it. That'd do the trick. I like the traffic cone on the fence. It's like, oh, where should we put that cone? Oh, let's just stick it on the fence. Now we're getting a bit more committed through the corners. We've lost Moses, he's well gone. Come on, Pinky, keep going. Catching the rest of the cars here. I won't overtake you. Yeah, no. Yeah. I think using cones for marking breakpoints and apexes and stuff is a really good idea. Gran Turismo did it really well. Like just marking the brake, where the general brake point is, and where the apex is and where your car should be. A cone is enough. Ah, Marcel, you noob. Does that... That means I'm better than like a top esports pro.
Bro, it's not on purpose, sorry.
That's the video. That's the video title. How I beat Marcel in a last to first challenge. Marcel tried to crash me with other cars. I can put the spin on it, guys. I don't have any credibility, so I can say whatever I want. Whereas an esports driver, they're beholden to sponsors. So even if I completely lied and slagged him off, he wouldn't be able to attack me back because he'd be like, oh no, we have to look good for sponsors. I've finally crafted an image of buffoonery, incompetence, and zero expectation. It's taken a lot of work because I'm actually such a high-skilled, competent person in reality. It's taken years of hard work to craft this image, but it's paying off. It's paying off.
I literally qualified fourth. What do you mean?
Well, we're almost the top 10 guy. Last accidental, no, entirely intentional. Last to first challenge. At first time driving on the track. That's the video. The video is not going to be called I jumped into iRacing and did the spontaneous live stream and this was the only thing running. The video is first time Sebring, last to first challenge. RIP. I don't know. Well, actually, I think it'll be really funny if AC Evo is actually crap. It'll be really funny. So, part of me would quite like it to be absolutely awful. Well, not for the developers. I'd like them to make enough money and the developers be all right. But purely on the humour side, for me, it would be so ironic and funny. Like, I'm a bit of a masochist for myself. Like, I find it funny when things go to shit. Because it's a coping mechanism, and I've just got so used to it now, it's comfortable. Oh, that'll be fine. I mean, I don't know. It's just another racing game, isn't it? I mean... things plod along. I think, as you know, you just have to be... Life philosophy, philosophical life lesson. Oh, that's nice. Is he going to let us through? Basically, there's no point preempting positivity or negativity for something. And so... or preempting anything is basically pointless. So... always you just be like, well, what's available right now? Understeer, that's what's available right now. What's available right now that you're kind of enjoying or want to be doing? Well, just focus on that, and then what is available right now that you kind of want to be doing will change as other things become available. That's a good way of just approaching life in general. And also what's available to you, or your current level of health, your current ability, or what that will. It's what's available to you, not what's available to everybody. So it's just I think it's a good way of approaching things. Bigger Ham, was that someone's abiding by blue? I know. Absolute fraud. Hello Euclid, how's it going, man? Of course, I never make the mistake of anticipating the future or dwelling on the past. Never do that. I never engage in any irrational behaviour whatsoever. No spray in the train trailer. Yeah, I'm sure. I'd imagine with AC, they just hadn't done the particle effects properly at the point of recording that. Mate, I mean, spray is not necessarily the hardest thing to do with particle effects, but there could be a whole load of reasons why it doesn't work. Oh, hello. Bobby W. Game of Muscle is untrollable. Oh.
The car in P1 just set past the flag. 52.28.
Not bad. Might be in positive I rating here. We've let Neo's got away. There is no spoon. Oh, we get top 10.
You're in the top 10.
Look at the floor bottoming out there. That corner, I think, would be terrifying in real life. Well, actually, probably less terrifying in real life because you'd feel where the grip was, and if it gave out, you'd counter steer. But still, easy game. This has nothing on Battletoads. Go. I think Benjamin's going to catch us. It's really weird how even if you're not locking up, the car will just plough into understeer. You can see on that previous corner, you could hear the tyres. We weren't locked up, and the car just wouldn't turn at all. We've got the brake bars reasonably back. If the car behind makes a move on us, we'll just let him pass us, really. There's no point defending it. Unless, well, it depends how long we've got. Oh, we've got one more lap. Might as well defend it. I think he's got damage as well.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Well, I left that a bit open. I didn't know how much draft he had. I thought we were all right. We're getting back. Here we go. We've got a race here. Hello, Nasty Butler.
Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
I'm sure he will probably get us back down the straight. Or just drive into me.
Clear on the left. Right side. Clear.
That's a shame that that happened.
Car behind has gone off.
So, I think the quality of racing in iRacing is a bit bad, you know, at times.
Car right.
It's a real shame that after him driving into us that we lost control into him. We're finishing with 3 wheels here. 6-second gap to car behind. Oh! Come on! Yes! I know, I drove really well. He drove into me, so...
It's over.
You know, you can we'll watch the replay. Let's look at the replay there. I mean, it's pretty clear that he drove into us, and then obviously I lost control into him from the damage. You know, he's just driven right into us. I clearly was just a bit out of control there. It's a shame. It's a shame that we hit him there, I think. You know, my car was just unsettled. Yeah, it's obviously accidental. No, it's just accidental. You know. We kept the place though, that's what matters. It's good driving. Yeah, we should have left a bit more space, but I was just discombobulated. It's a shame, isn't it? Accidents happen though, that's the thing. I think if you know, if you're playing Wreckfest, then you've decided to play Wreckfest. No, I think if you've driven into the car in front of you to the point where the car in front is like double braking, like, you know, I'm just out of control, and then that's it. No, it's just you know, you it's weird though, isn't it? You do like nice driving with people, you do nice overtakes, and then they just drive into you. You remember crashing Jean-Eric Verne out during COVID and cancelled your subscription? It's a gust of wind. Oh, that's good. It's alright driving. Pretty good Super Formula at Sebring. I don't know if I'll bother racing it again, to be honest. It's a bit dull. I mean, yeah, it's just a shame that we tangled up there, really, isn't it? Like, you know. I should have left a bit more space after this here. I've come over too far to the left, and unfortunately the wheels have tangled up. You know. Nice Minardi livery. There was a gust. Yeah, it's so windy at Sebring. It's one of those really windy tracks. I wonder how much he's lagging, you know, as well. Like, look at this. Look at this. Yeah, I mean, Tom Pom, I agree. It does look like I'm turning into him. Yeah, I mean, that's it. It does look... if you look at the footage, it does look like what happened is the car behind is overly aggressively driven into us, effectively punted off the track. I've then caught it, and then I've then turned into him afterwards to try and stop him. Overtake. It does look like that, yeah. Unfortunately, that you could interpret the footage that way for sure. You need to try Legends at Alton Park. Oh yeah, has that got people in it? The Legends cars are good. It does. It could appear like that. I can see how someone could watch the footage and come to that conclusion. But you know, obviously, what clearly happened is he drove into us. I've been a bit discombobulated. Done a really good job of catching it on the brake and the accelerator, because that's how you catch oversteer in iRacing. Totally natural. You always do that in race cars. And then obviously I've tried to then move across to defend it, but I was too slow. And unfortunately the wheels have tangled up. You know, you can see I'm actually turning to the right a bit here. So, you know, yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate. I think he's still... Did he finish? It's in reverse. Oh, he's still finished. It's fine. It's fine. It's racing. We managed to get all the way through the race. I mean, I would probably report this car. I would say, oh, it's retaliatory driving. I would say. And then if I was iRacing, I'd then go, well, hang on a minute, guys. What do we do here? Because we have like mental crashing in every single race with complete stupid shit that we never moderate. What do we do? Could have been bad netcode. Let's look at the rest of the race. Oh dear. Right, here we go. We were following Legend here. Right, I really don't. I don't care. I mean, iRacing's... I think iRacing's fun. It's fun as a game. It's so utterly absurd, though. Look at this. What? What? What on earth? I can't even work out what's going on. Oh, the BMW. The super BMW was locked up into the car in front. BMW power. Oh, what? It's like netcode as well. From his computer, he probably hit into him, but then from my computer's view, it doesn't look like he hit him. the amount of smoothing this game has, and then the overreaction, and just, I mean, it is what it is. It's spectacular. It's spectacular. Oh, see, this car in front has come across. I mean, to be fair, he's getting his nose in a bit late, but he's there, and he's left it open, so you can't come in. I don't think it's a shit game. iRacing is good fun. It's just, yeah, you just have to be honest about it. It's got a lot of network smoothing, which works well for oval in many scenarios. And the tyre model's absolutely insane, but they're working on it. You know, at least in their last video, they specifically said. I mean, they didn't quite say in the last video. Yeah, guys, actually, we'll admit that most Formula 1 drivers and any driver that's ever driven a car at the limit has said to us that this is, yeah, you know, that's absolutely not what tyres and cars behave like at all. And actually, the whole tenet of the game as a simulator is kind of flawed in many ways. They didn't say that, but, you know, it's a business. They have to toot their own horn. But they are, you know, 2 years ago, I think it was, they took new people on to work on things, and so
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
one of the best. What is nice is
or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
What is nice is, so for like 5 or 6 years, it would be like, oh, obviously other streamers and influencers do say, oh, this is not good or this isn't right or whatever. But either they were esports drivers, and so people go argument from authority, so they know what they're talking about. But then people would still disagree. But yeah, I would be particularly vocal in the sense that I'd just be honest. But obviously get a lot of shit for that, even though I'm saying the most basic stuff, like, you know, really basic stuff. I get so much shit for it. But the nice thing is, in the last year especially, so many Formula 1 drivers, and just like decent race drivers, not like people that do race driving, but actual top-level race drivers, publicly just say outright, they laugh at iRacing. So, which is really nice, because now I don't need to say, I don't care, like, I don't need to say it. Like, you can just go. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so I don't feel that. And the thing with that is, oh, thanks for following. The reason why I bother saying stuff about ACC force feedback or just being brutally honest or discussing stuff with people is because I don't like lying, and I think it is absolutely lying if you don't mention these things. But now, if you have other people saying it, I don't feel like I have to be as overly honest. So I don't feel the burden to have to like be more directly honest than I want to be. Like, I don't want to have to say stuff that I know inevitably someone that doesn't know will go, well, yeah, what did it? The same conversation. So I don't want to have that. I'm bored of it. Thanks for following, guys. Really appreciate it. Is the beard dye light? I haven't got any beard dye. I need to dye it. We've got the Santa beard going on here, but actually, I see what you're saying. But actually, now this is getting whiter in a more consistent pattern. So the reason why I would dye my beard wasn't because I'd too bothered about having grey hair. It was because it looked bloody weird on camera with just like, it looked like I'd spilt porridge on my face. In person, it's fine, but on camera with lighting, it's just really weird. So, but I do actually quite like a dark beard from Beard Dye. I think I know it looks a bit artificial, but I quite like it. I think it is lying though. Well, yeah, I think it is. Weirdly, if you dyed a beard perfectly so that it wasn't obviously beard dye, then that would be more dishonest in a sense of going against just the reality of nature than if you artificially did it and it was like, oh, that's obviously dyed, because then people would be like, oh, it's obviously dyed, so there's no lie in there. the ethics of dyeing your beard. There you go. If you're trying to be as honest as possible. I wouldn't say it's not shit physics. That's just an oversimplification in the opposite direction. I know you're taking the piss, but it is quite a funny thing, isn't it? It's like makeup on people. Like, to what degree is that dishonest? Like, if you were looking for, well, there's so many angles you can come at it from. So you go, well, initially, the superficial attraction, you'd be like, well, actually, makeup's a good idea because it superficially emphasises the attraction. But then you go, well, actually, that's maybe tricking a base instinct. And so maybe that's a bad thing to do. But then those aren't, the superficial appearance of someone isn't the most important part of a relationship. So it doesn't really matter that much. Like, why would you form a relationship on the superficials of how the degree to which someone can change their visual appearance with makeup? It'd be stupid. So, you know. But like at the same time, also you then have the problem of like free will. In that, like personally, I believe that people should basically do whatever they want to do with themselves. It's none of my business, really. You know, and I think it's important that people have choice, isn't it? Like why would you judge someone even if someone wanted to paint the face like a clown? If that's what they like, you're going to be dead. So like, if that's what they want to do, and that's making them happy, why do you care? Like, it's none of your. Well, it can be your business, but it doesn't matter, does it? It's like
control scoring has ended.
You know. I would be more. You should be more happy for someone else to be happy, even if they're doing something that seemingly is stupid from your perspective, or even if it is completely irrational, and even if it's totally counterintuitive from their, like, because the only reason they're doing it is because they're incorrectly doing it and they've made a false assumption. If they're still deluded and it's making them happy, as long as it's not doing harm to other people, you'd have to be like, well, you know, good for them. Yeah, it's weird. That's actually quite interesting within Western culture. That you would. It's probably to do with like Christianity within Western culture to some extent over the last like 300 or 400 years. Because you have lots of tribes where men would do lots of body modification or makeup and stuff, and then you notice within like with a lot of people in like gay cultures and stuff will wear more makeup. I mean, straight men still wear makeup, but yeah, it's weird. It's weird how it's the culturally normative thing in the UK and in America and lots of Europe is for women to like pluck hair more, wear makeup more, eyeliner, and for men not to. It's yeah, it's weird. Right. Yeah, I mean, this guy, yeah, he just turns in. So, I mean, Marcel's. This is the thing. Marcel's obviously a good driver in terms of like raw pace. I mean, I don't know. He's probably a good driver in terms of everything. But like, so this guy is like, oh, there's no car here. He's got the space though. It's open, and so. I mean, at the point of turning in, he's now committed, and this guy has actually started to turn in before there is a car there. But you'd have to know that he's left it open, and you also have to factor in network smoothing and everything. Well, the thing is, it's not actually a send from this guy's perspective. Like, he's nowhere near the limit. In iRacing, you can't actually do a proper send because it doesn't support driving on the limit. So basically, when a driver's doing this, he's still well under the limit. It's not a send at all. Like in a go-kart, in AC1, in LMU, in R32, in Race Room, in many real stuff. I mean, this is iRacing, so it doesn't really matter what other stuff is. It's its own game. But an actual send, the tyres would be... You can lock up in a real car and it will still... You can still turn a little bit and stuff. Like, you know. So, you know, this is not even really a send. It's well under the limit. Obviously, it's the first lap, so people are slow in general. But yeah, It's an awkward one, isn't it? If you're a car that knows that everyone's going really slow, you know you can brake better, but then you know that this car, I guess if you're a faster driver that's further back, you know that this driver is probably going to turn in because it's iRacing and also people tend to turn in. So you would then have to go, well, okay, there's a huge space there, but I can't actually go for it. So if you're this driver, then you'd be like, oh, well, actually, it's better to compromise the apex and actually be further on the right, but then this guy will still turn into you. So you can't. It's really hard to actually get if you're a faster driver driving with worse drivers, it's really, really hard to work out what the actual optimal thing to do is. Yeah, it's like playing five-a-side football with toddlers. And you're accidentally going to kick a child in the face, so just don't do it. There's no winners. The crash behind. Oh, dear. Hello, Alex. So then, yeah, then this car was just going in too deep. And then they got net coded on each other. So I mean, probably from their clients they were contacting, but you're seeing my client's view, so. What? That was alright racing though, to be honest. Like, I mean, to be fair, he's on the throttle with two wheels on the dirt there, so that's, you know. I can't imagine what a real Super Formula car would do in that situation. If he pushed his brake in the accelerator here, he would have caught it though. Alas, in the real world, locking up and trying to turn in is down in wild or closed eye terror versus oh crap. Well, it would depend on the level that someone's at, though, wouldn't it? Really, like I don't know. If you watch like junior racing, they're all like mental. They don't care until someone has a big accident. This is actually one of the big misconceptions in sim racing, and I think with a lot of real world drivers as well. Strange with two. I told you, it's no hype stream. In real life, you have some people that have a good sense of self-preservation. And those are the type of people that won't do certain things or might be pushed off by a more aggressive driver or, you know, there's some people that actually are careful. But by the time, if someone's done go-karting from the age of like 5 or 6, and then they've gone into like, by the time they would be driving a Super Formula car or something, they're going to be perceiving it on a similar level to like a sim racer that's just doing loads of races. In the same way, like, if you ever go skiing and ski down a Super G track or an Olympic slalom track, if you've done that from the age of 4, it's nothing. You know, they're not scared. They're like, oh yeah, I might hurt myself if I fall over, but they'll be like, well, you know, they're just doing the sport, right? But there's this weird thing in sim racing where people that do real driving, they're like not applying the reasoning of what it's like, what it's going to be like for someone that's experienced something to a degree where they're no longer going to be afraid of it. It's exactly the same as public speaking, doing a public speech. Someone that's never done a public speech would be watching like a play or public speaking or something and be like, oh shit, it's the worst thing ever, I'd never want to do that, oh my god, just get anxious thinking about it. Whereas if someone's done like 500 public talks, they don't care that they're on a stage in front of people. It's like irrelevant. They're just like, okay, I'm just doing a talk. So, you know, I think it requires a degree of yeah, people forget that the perspective of other people is going to be different depending on their exposure to stuff. I think it's something that I've seen from real drivers is that they often it takes like a serious accident. And I think it's the same with sports as well. It takes a serious accident for people to then start worrying about stuff as well. So they'll be really, really confident, not care about it, and then when they have a painful crash or something, then it reframes everything for them. They're like, oh shit, because they forget that what they're doing is dangerous. Well, quite bike. To be fair, if you're in a race with me, you probably should be nervous because I'm probably going to drive into you. What happened to them? Yeah, motorbike racing's insane. Well, that's the other thing, right? If you're going to look at the whole fear thing for car driving, it's like, they're in a car. There's people driving the same tracks on motorbikes where they're on top of 2 wheels, not even 4. And then there's other motorbikes around them. And quite often, people get run over by other motorbikes and thrown off the bikes. So car driving is like a doddle, really. If you're going to compare it, like, you know, like you can drive a car into a wall and you're probably going to, especially new cars, you're probably going to be all right. I mean, you might break a bone or something, but you probably be okay. But on a motorbike, if you have a, you know, you're going to get pretty messed up quite easy on a motorbike. I don't know. I think we might have had a week. Oh no, I had a week ban on iRacing because because we were doing a Skippy race. And I was in first place and I wanted to finish in reverse. Unfortunately, Skip Barber doesn't go into... I wanted to spin around. So I went to celebrate before the finish line and flick the car around. But the car just bogged down and blocked the track and crashed the other 2 cars. And obviously, Skip Barber's very serious and iRacing's very serious. So we obviously got a week ban for that. Because iRacing totally doesn't do penalties based off whoever the most miserable person that reports a lot is, and actually does it based off actual fair moderation of races in proportion to what actually happens. It's not a totally arbitrary penalty system in the slightest. For example, you don't have like a whole bunch of go-kart kids doing F4, wrecking people all through the entire day, grouping together, working as a team, and doing with alter counts. You don't have, you don't have any of that, because if they did, they would have to moderate it, wouldn't they? No, instead, when like one disgruntled driver protests someone else, that's it. That's look at it in the individual context. That's what you got to do. Waiting for it to load. Nice. It is really arbitrary because iRacing doesn't actually have a decent protest system. That what they really need is like an instant protest option, and then a statistical model that looks at people that are being statistically protested more than others, and then that highlights those people for then to be moderated during a race session. And then when that race session's on, if they do something in that race session during the race, they get an instant pit or something, or they get an instant penalty. That would be the type of system that would actually encourage a more consistent type of protesting. But in all their wisdom, what iRacing have is some really weird delayed thing to stop too many protests, but it's completely arbitrary because you just made it so it's just the most miserable weirdos that do the protesting. So actually it doesn't work in that sense. And yeah, it's just and then I think they have to manually go over them it's just stupid. It's so dumb. But you know, it's iRacing. It's just how it is. It's just the game. That's just the game it is. So accept it or don't. Part of the fun. Well, I don't think you use for any video game with an AI penalty system. I don't think you use it in a direct sense. I think you use AI to help build up some kind of statistical analysis to then determine who likely is safe and unsafe. So the system that I think would work really well, because of the things that I've noticed in racing games, is drivers that tend to cause crashes and be problematic. Almost always they're drivers that weave around too much. Like, they weave around more than a good driver would even weave around. They're just arbitrarily moving on straights and corners. They're basically erratic in their movement, which is counterproductive to going fast a lot of the time, and also counterproductive to not crashing. Sometimes good drivers will move around, and there are situations in certain races, but you can analyse the path that drivers are taking, how much they're moving on straights and things, how much they're moving when other cars are around them, and that single metric alone could be a good metric. You don't even need an AI tool for that. You can just look at the telemetry of a vehicle. You could take that data, and I'm pretty sure you could then model that to who are likely drivers that are causing a lot of crashes. So so what you would then do is, where you use large language models and AI tools, is to take traditional telemetry data, and you use the AI tool as a way to go through that telemetry data efficiently and quickly. That would be what you do. That's one way you could do it. There's lots of things you could do. Okay, so I don't bother with reports. My time, intentional. My time is valuable. Yeah, you're here. Yeah, so the problem is, most sim developers know that what's wrong with their sim. Obviously, they're working on the game. The same with like an artist. If you draw a picture, you know what's shit about your picture, right? It's just a case of how much time they've got and what other things they've got to do, and then what other things are happening within that specific business, and then who has the availability to actually do the thing to get it done. And then there might be a bit of subjective argument or difference of opinion on how to approach things, and then ultimately things normally just come down to the business case of, is something turning a profit, and is it turning a reasonable profit, and is there growth? And if there is, then ultimately, because we live in a fundamentally capitalist society, and that sort of denotes everything, if you've got the profit there, then it's like, well, why justify doing something innovative or changing stuff if we seem to already have a growth trajectory, and there's other things to do, and there's lower hanging fruit to sort out. So that's why a lot of games stay a bit shit. That's just the reality of art and game development and stuff. Fernando Cardenas. So you think that Ace will finally be able to replace GTR 2? Or realistically be the Gran Turismo for PC? No, Assetto Corsa Evo will probably just be like Assetto Corsa, but with some, just stuff integrated into it. That's the impression I'm getting. It very much seems like they're just trying to do a newer version of Assetto Corsa. Okay, I mean, they could do more fleshed out single player. I don't see them massively innovating in AI necessarily. Kunos have never been good at games design, particularly like actual. So neither's Polyphony's not really good at games design in a sense. They're good at like Japanesey kind of grindy gameplay, or were. They've seemed to got worse at that. So I would just expect it to be a new Assetto Corsa, so stuff integrated from ACC and the weather and everything else, but within the context of the original AC, and maybe, hopefully, some new features. Hopefully, like I think it's quite likely they wouldn't do it, but like a daily race type thing would really make sense. That should be a bare minimum for any racing game now. And then some like cruising mechanics, and maybe like they're probably doing a mod store or something that would make sense, so they could monetize it into the future. But Kunos are really weird at business and really weird at game design. So they're just like Marco's insane. Like, you have to keep in mind with Kunos that the guy that runs the company is the type of person that would be at a restaurant one evening and someone would go, "Oh, let's do this," and then he'd be like, "Oh yeah," and then they just do that, even if it didn't need doing. That's the sort of a lot of developers are like that. So, you know. So stuff doesn't necessarily make sense from players' perspective. That's again the same with all businesses. You might be a consumer of a company, of a product, and you might want something that seems sensible, but at the end of the day, the businesses are run by people, and people are mental. So. Meta Worlds Horizon. Hang on, let's do it. Let's do another race. Right. Skip Barbers at Alton Park. That'd be fun. Days of Blunder. 2 people departed. Well. I don't know. Do you mean Stefano and Aris? There's more than 2 people that work at Kunos, though. You know, a lot of car companies were like that. Lister Storm was done. Yeah. No, a lot of people, a lot of businesses like that. I think with Sims in general, they tend not to be the type of people that normally end up making racing simulators are not normally the people that are massively into game design particularly. It's normally people that are car fans. So the worst people on earth to be making video games. Oh, Mid-Ohio in the F3, but no one's joining it. That's a shame. Red Bull Ring in the F4. That could be good to lose some rating. Might do that. That would be terrible. Should we do it? This is a really bad way to get rating, but... Hang on, GT3's at Indy. I thought that was... Why did they keep going now? Yeah, let's do the F4 race. That'd be awful. Why not? It's a great idea. Uppercase reminds you of the Twitch app trying to be TikTok. Yeah, I mean, well, that's a whole nother thing, isn't it? When companies have an established base and then some other product comes along and then companies are like, oh, no, look at the growth that's got. We want some of that pie. So we'll then try and copy what they're doing, but then they can't integrate it into what they're already doing, and then it doesn't make any sense. Formula awful. That sounds good to me. Get in there. I think shorts in general, though, are just not the clothing item, but the format. I think it's really bad. The popcorn's coming. Like you look at how shorts has turned people into zombies. It's really quite disturbing. Like the degree to which people produce what they know is like mind-numbingly stupid content, and they do it because, well, it gets views and it's the format, which is fine. It's business. I mean, business turns people into mind-numbing zombies as well. But I think the format's particularly bad for that. I think it's such a minute is so small of a time frame to do to it limits creativity and information. It's like the ultimate worst way of doing content. Like an image, a single image, I think forces like an information density and conciseness that's actually quite good, a single image. But a minute of video footage, something about it that just doesn't work. It's like tweets as well. It's the length of a tweet. It's the optimal size of information for the wrong interpretation of that information and distortion and everything else to basically collapse communication. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, that a single image can have more substance and content in it, generally speaking, than what you would have in most shorts. Because I think the thing is, when you have a short that's actually good, it's always too short for the... Like, it's always lacking. So, like, let's say you've got, like, an absolutely awesome video of a helicopter or something, or a really good science explanation, or some, like... just some information that's actually interesting. A minute is too short to expand on it at all, and so it's gone before there's any depth there. So then what happens is it just pushes people to make the most brain dead content and put it into shorts. Because the thing that has to go in a short has to be something that actually fits in a short coherently. And then what happens is people see the thing that has had traction as a short, so then everyone has to copy that thing. It's really weird. It's the state of the modern internet. What can you do, guys? What can you do? Let's go to the Red Bull Ring. Now we're just gonna gun this. We're just going all in here, guys. You blame Tom Scott. Yeah. Well, it is weird, isn't it? Like, so the thing is, I see what Tom Scott does. Like, I think is good. Most of what, like, it's good that he highlights stuff and what he picks is good, and he's a good presenter and everything. I know you're trolling, but I definitely think that if you're watching a good Tom Scott video, often you feel like, oh, hang on, I'd actually like to know more about that without having to go and look into it. You know? But even a Tom Scott video normally are about 4 or 5 minutes, so I think that's actually a good example of. Well, let's have a look. Yeah, he's gone to do other stuff. Yeah, look, 5 to 10 minutes. So like 5 minutes. I actually think 5 minutes is fine. Like, so that's a really good example. If you force yourself to have to with video, if you force yourself to have to work within 5 minutes, that's enough time to do an opening shot, bit of intro music or some opening shot or even a cold open. Here's what we're doing. So like this is where we are. This is what's going on. This is the thing. Here's the thing shown. Here's how this why.
Good luck.
Here's why this thing is interesting. This is what you should know about it. This is how it's interesting in context with other stuff. Here is this thing actually in use in real life, or here's an expert talking about this thing, or here's, okay. And then some kind of like conclusion of, oh, this is why we no longer use it, or this is why it's still used, or this is what we're moving towards, or this is how it fits into the greater context of things. So that's basically, it's going to always, like, 4 minutes is going to be difficult to do that with any content. I don't mind how iRacing looks myself. So actually, if YouTube weren't just copying TikTok and stuff, if YouTube Shorts were 3 minutes as a compromise, bloody hell, I think that would be a lot better. That's also enough time to stick an advert in the middle of the. That's enough time to stick a 15-second advert in the middle of a, like, 3-minute video. So for advertising, although obviously with shorts the plan is to stick adverts between each short, so 1 advert per minute. So I guess from an advertising perspective, you're going to be better off with 1-minute shorts. I think you could have better quality if you've got a 3-minute video that's engaging. The advert be better targeted, and a person's going to consume the advert more than the quality of an advert that's going to be between shorts. But that's a lot of the thing that a lot of people don't realise with shorts. So like a lot of YouTubers are motivated to do shorts because they get a lot of views and you get a lot of subscribers, but they are views and subscribers from people that aren't particularly engaging with your content. So it's like, good. This is the fixed setup. How come this car's so like leery from a bit turning? To drive it like a bobsled. Keep forgetting. Alright. Drive it like a bobsled. Brake in a straight line, use the brakes. Turn it on the brakes. Don't try and use the steering to turn it at all. What are we doing? That's a great question. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we here? Who are we? No hype. There's no hype today. Today's a no hype day. No fast button, no hype. Nothing to hype today. The new Spa fire race is quite nice actually. There's no hype. It's quite a nice version of the track. I like how the new Spa looks as well in real life and in games. Good. You need hyping. Well, what are you gonna use the hype for? You should be just relaxed. Have a meditation. I'm pretty hyped for Flight Sim 24. That's only like a month or 2 away. Was it November something? It'll be good. track's running all right, actually. No, they... At this rate, it's one every 4 years. Well, wasn't there like a 12-year gap between Flight Sim 2020, 2005, I think the last Flight Sim, it was like the accelerator global expansion or whatever for Flight Sim X. So they had like a 10-15 year gap.
Checkered flag.
Years. Is that when the last Flight Sim came out before 2020? What, Tony Hawk's Pro Skateboarder remaster? They've already done 1 and 2. Good, they're good fun on the Steam Deck. Should recommend them. Alright, probably starting from the back here, yeah. Only a little bit off the pace. It's fine. It's inevitable that we get crashed. I need to complete 1 and 2. I just play it every now and again. I load it up on my Steam Deck. Steam Deck's incredible. Yeah, the game mechanics are well good in Tony Hawk's. Really, really good games. Good, great animation, great level design. Great game structure, fantastic music choice. Just really good design. I'd say Tony Hawk's is up there with, like, you know, it's like Super Mario. I wouldn't put it on Tetris level, but it's like a, on a quality game scale, I'd say it's like a 9. It's probably a 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10. As a piece of interactive art. Good, really good. Genius, really, like totally quite abstract. No battle! Hello, Tony.
No battle.
No battle.
The estimated strength of field is 3,100.
Yeah, especially the LCD Steam Deck. I mean, I had to treat myself to the OLED one.
Today, look for opportunity.
It's not that. The only thing with the Steam Deck that's rubbish is its ergonomics are not good for bigger hands. The joysticks are in the wrong place.
Half the field is on the grid.
I don't know why Valve have never really understood game controllers that well. Like the original Steam controller wasn't that good comfort wise. The Valve Index controllers aren't that good comfort wise. You've gotten close to getting the OLED one. Well, I mean, if you use it a lot, it's worth getting. I'm sure they'll do a sale at Black Friday or something, so maybe that'll be a good time to get it. Well, the Steam Deck is basically the Steam box, to be honest. It is a Steam box that makes sense.
Green, green, green.
It's Crash, here we go.
Car on your left. Keep to the right. Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line. You're on the right, 3 wide. Still there, still there. Still there, still there. Slow car ahead. Car stops on the right. Left side, 2 wide.
Every time on those corners.
You're on the left.
Like, why go 3 wide there? It's never going to work out. You always want to be on the inside. The netcode just doesn't support those types of corners very well either. So, like, you just...
You got a slow car on the left. Go right. Car right. There's an incident ahead. Car right. 2 wide.
You know. Oh.
Go right. Right side.
It's very hard to work out where people are going to go.
Still there. Stay on the left.
Sorry. Turn this sold on. Forgot about that.
Clear.
Man, this car has chronic understeer issues. It's because the tyres just keep going, sliding.
Left side.
The grip just keeps sliding once they go in.
Still there. Hold your line. Still there. Hold your line. Still there. Hold your line. You're in the middle. 3 wide. Clear. 2 wide. Still there. Hold your line.
What are they doing?
Still there. Hold your line.
You don't want to be in the middle here. It's
Sorry.
the worst place to be.
Keep to the left.
No good, mate.
Middle. 3
What?
wide. Car on your left. 2 wide.
Why did the white car come across me? What a stupid thing for him to do. Oh dear. It's just you're just waiting for the netcode to break. It's just
Car ahead.
just waiting for netcode to give out.
There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead. Stay on the right. Still there. Hold your line. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
It's so stupid. Good fun though, actually. Stupid fun.
Hey man, where did you get this one? One.
Lucas has surely got to drive into this car because he's a lower... I know they're both rated quite high. Normally that means that the higher rated driver normally just drives into the lower rated drivers.
There's an incident behind.
It's like a tradition.
There's an incident behind.
Yeah, we could do that. We would do that, Fierce. Yeah. Just constantly for the next 4 months. Ridiculous. No. No, it's... to be honest, my countdown really is for Microsoft Flight Sim. I am actually... I'm probably more hyped for Microsoft Flight Sim than AC, to be honest. Because, you know, like, we've already got, like, AC1, iRacing, and, you know, there's no indication that any of these developers are interested in actually pushing pushing the boundaries in terms of force feedback and stuff, so it'll probably just be like little incremental changes, you know. Whereas Flight Sim 24 looks like a significant, you know, like you're flying over the world. It's cool. Rear-ending lower ranked drivers is the iRacing equivalent to the Monty Python Yorkshire sketch. I can't remember that sketch. I'd have to watch it. I don't get the reference. It's been years since I've watched Monty Python. Is it that much better? Yeah, Flight Sim 24 will have like a full career mode, missions, like helicopters and things. Well, you've got helicopters already in 2020, but like helicopters with stuff to do. bloody hell. Chronic understeer there. Better glider physics and stuff. I really like gliders, so. Yeah, I mean, the last 4 years, though, have been really weird because 2 of those years was like weird COVID stuff. And like Sims have been terrible for the last 4 years. But on the software side, it's just been basically outside of mods for AC. Sims have basically been the same for a decade in terms of advancements in physics and force feedback. AC1 was the last simulator to significantly advance physics in driving sims. Not in terms of complexity, but in terms of just actual end resultant realism. So, I mean, Project Cars 2 was good.
Nice one.
So, but in many ways, that actually had a lot of advancements in it. Like weather and ease of setting up servers and things. You know, it's a shame that it was so. But to be honest, Project Motor Cars, or whatever they're calling it, is basically going to be Project Cars 3. So, yeah, BeamNG's done a lot, but it's not for track driving. The physics, though interesting. The actual end drive of like faster cars is at the limit. The cars aren't particularly natural.
My god, how did we survive that?
I need to mute that.
Car 9 has taken the lead.
Well, LMU needs significantly better force feedback. The physics are alright, I think. Did he just drive right into me?
There's an incident ahead.
he just drove right into me.
Slow down.
Oh dear, yeah, this is impossible to. Unless you qualify in the top 5, it's pointless. It's a mixture of drivers and netcodes. It's not good enough. Now we're still going to finish. Don't worry. It's just like the tyre model netcode and drivers make this impossible. And a track like this, where you got tight corners, it just collapses.
Slow car ahead. There's an incident ahead. Car stops on the right.
We're still going. A little bit of damage, but we're still going. See, I think with iRacing, a lot of it is based on the fact that most sim racers can't drive at all, so they don't know what driving on the limit is, so they don't notice the physics issues whatsoever. And then the drivers that actually get good at iRacing get really fast to the point where they're basically qualifying in the top 5 or 6 in most stuff, and so they're not, they're at a level where they're not really having to feel things out or actually, they're just playing the game of iRacing. So it means that the vast majority of people playing the game aren't in that zone of actually wanting to drive the cars, so it works out. I think that's the case with a lot of sims, really. Like most people playing Sims, and actually the whole car industry, most people can't drive at all to a level where it matters to actually feel where the limit is. Like you'd have to be able to drive within like a second, or maybe a second and a half of a good, within a second of not like alien pace, but like a second of good pace around a track for you to be at a level where you're making car movements and choices based off the actual slip of the tyre and little adjustments. And very few people, very, very few people are at that level. Which is, I'm not knocking them. It's just like either don't happen to be blessed with the thing, or they've just not had enough time. So I'm not knocking people. It's just how it is. So they're just not gonna notice the actual crux of stuff. So it's the same with cars, real cars. People buy like Lotuses and all these like fancy vehicles, and it's like, well, it's good that they enjoy them, and anyone can enjoy anything, fine, just from a sort of subjective perspective. But you're not gonna really get the essence of the vehicle unless you're actually driving it on the limit, because that's where the vehicles are designed to be driven. Because basically most of it in real driving is down to how much money you have to be able to drive those cars in the first place and free time. So that's excluded so many people. So it's kind of weird. It's like the sim and the real car industry are largely based on like a fantasy and the idea of what it is rather than the actual what it actually is. I think a lot of things in life are like that as well. Negative hype. It's on -5. Yeah, you have to learn the mechanics with everything, but yeah, you have to learn any video game. You're going to have to learn. Yeah.
Just set the fastest lap. 31.168.
That's also why, from a gameplay perspective, you see this with like any game which has got like quite a high skill curve to it. The experience for people playing Counter-Strike, for example, that are top level esports players, it's a totally different game to someone that just loads up casually playing with their friends. And then that's a totally different game to someone that understands some of the basics, But like the thing with Sims is the point of them, or the idea behind them, the marketed idea is that they're a simulator. Like that's the kind of illusion of bothering to go through the bad user interfaces, the equipment, and all the crap. A large part of that is predicated on the idea that, oh, it's a simulation of real cars, and it's realistic, and I'm getting the essence of real-world driving. So that's why with Sims, it's the irony that then if it doesn't actually deliver on that, but people then don't find out, but still think it is delivering on it. That's where that would be different from with other video games that aren't simulators. Like the point, and with real cars, it's like the point of the product. The person selling the product can get away with not delivering the actual product because the users of the product are not ever really are not at a level to be able to use the product. This happens with loads of stuff.
Left side. Clear on the left.
You only watch for your plateau fast. Yeah, it takes me 12 hours of hot lapping to get within about 7/10 of what's normally the good pace, and then I would have to put way more time in to be even better. The ideal thing with this sim would be, with racing sims, the ideal thing would be you'd find a car where it's so at your skill level for where you would plateau, you have a car that then has enough draft that then pushes everyone together that's at a similar skill level to yourself, so the raw track pace isn't the underlying only point of it, right? And that way, you then get to actually have good racing, like decision-making racing, overtaking and defending and all that kind of stuff. You get to have that without having to just grind effectively hot lapping. But that car is going to be different for different people.
Car on your left.
And also different for different sims depending on how their physics and stuff operate.
Clear. Left side. Stay on the right. Clear. Car right. Keep to the left.
Don't let realism get in the way of having fun. Yeah, well, so, but the problem with that is having fun is dependent on a degree of the realism, because realistic tyres in optimal conditions are quite forgiving in a sense, have the dynamics, and that's the point of playing the simulator, is that you actually you've got something interesting to actually an object to move around in a video game that's interesting. So the problem with saying what you're saying, the sort of argument that's behind that is it's ignoring the actual fundamental reasons of why someone's playing a sim instead of something else. Like, I mean, obviously people should have fun with whatever, that's fine, but you would have thought, let's say flight simulators, the reason why someone's playing a realistic flight simulator is because their fun is based on the realism, right? That's part of the... So it not being realistic would then undermine their fun. So it's like if you're eating a cake, the expectation is that it's sweet. You know, the fun is based on the expectation that it's going to be a cake. That's why you bought a cake. If you buy a cake and it turns out to be a pie or a steak, you might be like, well, yeah, you can still have fun with it. It's still good, but it's not. It's not a cake, is it? So that's the point of that. That's almost like a sort of a disingenuous argument from subjectivity, because ultimately you can have fun with anything, so it's beside the point of anything, because fun is entirely independent of the actual activity outside of whatever logical framework you've just presented. So like, you know, argument from subjectivity. People appeal. Should be called like an appeal to subjectivity. Hang on, is this car behind us the one that killed us earlier? We can do it again now. That'll be good fun.
Left side. Clear.
Wait, was it this guy that wrecked us last time?
Left side. Clear.
Get ready.
Left side. Still there. Clear. Left side. Stay on the right. Clear. Left side. Clear on the left. Car right.
Are there? Well, I mean, Gran Turismo is not necessarily the most realistic, is it? It's quite active. It's a shame because I think a sort of somewhat competitive Gran Turismo could be really, Mario Kart or something could be really good. I'm surprised this guy's not wrecked us yet.
Car on your left.
It's definitely coming.
Still there. Hold your line. Keep to the right. Clear.
I'm coming off the corner to the inside. This is defensive driving. There we go.
Ticket flag, ticket flag.
Almost got a DQ for that.
We'll get 'em next time.
I mean, I was expecting him to be fair, on the last corner, I was coming off it super slow. I mean, I'm allowed to do that, but I mean, I was expecting him to drive into me.
What?
He's upset. That's called. I'm what? Am I stupid? That's not a nice thing to say. Don't say that. That was good driving, Raphael. Get on the microphone. We can talk through it. It was good defensive driving. It's called me the R word. It was good driving. Good driving. I did good defensive driving there. This is right. Nothing I did here was wrong. Right. Nothing I did was not predictable or wrong. Here we go. This really winds up a lot of the F4 drivers. On this rare occasion. Yeah, well, so Microsoft Flight Sim is developed by Asobo, who in the past had done like HoloLens stuff and a bunch of projects, and they're really nice guys that work at that company. Actually, I had a chance to meet them. And then, yeah, obviously Microsoft's publishing it and obviously funding it. But, you know, when you've got a game like that and it's on that platform, it's going to be quite hard for it not to be somewhat profitable regardless. Like, it's just... especially now. I mean, obviously there's a risk with all these things, but you've got the IP of Microsoft Flight Sim, which is the oldest flight sim, so the brand is there. It's going to be very hard. I mean, they dropped the ball with Halo, but, you know, but now it's got like the whole store in it and everything. It's borderline impossible for them to... They'll be making shitloads of money out of it. I see more and more people drive fast, but they have no idea what is race... Yeah, they'll argue you and get really upset. Okay, here we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Game of Muscles School of Racecraft for angry F4 drivers. This is it's the Red Bull ring, and we're in front of this car here. We've been punted earlier. Let's analyse. This is what we can cut this up into 50 short videos about trail braking. Let's analyse what happened here. So we've come off that corner. We're white lining. Stick your car on the inside. In iRacing, it's very hard to overtake around the outside, especially in the F4 car. Once the tyres slip, they slip forever. So we've gone on the inside there. He can't go up the inside. Then we've moved back to the middle a bit to make sure that he knows we're there and also get a better line through here. But we're in the way. We're on the inside. He can't drive into us. And so we come off that, and then we move back across to the inside. One move per corner. Good stuff. He wants to go on the inside, but he can't. Again, we're white lining. Nothing he can do. Once he's got any overlap with us, we can move back to the left because we know he can't switch across to the right because we're in the way, and we also know this car you can't like just pounce on your brake in this. That's another great feature of iRacing. If you try and brake really aggressively, it locks up your plow on, so it removes like proper last minute braking opportunities from the sim, which really simplifies racing in the game. Also you could argue that negates a lot of the sort of aspects of trail braking and braking skills and high quality brake pedals, because a lot of it actually goes out the window for iRacing. But don't worry about that. Don't worry about that small detail. Buy equipment using my affiliate links. Here we go. So we're on the inside here, and not much he can do. We go a bit wide out of this, but he's trying to get at the inside, but then there's not much he can do. He can't push the throttle more, counter steer it, and power through it at the expense of the tyres, because that's not actually supported in iRacing. As soon as you get into any slip, it slows down. So basically we're a brick wall in front of him. He tries to go around the outside a bit there. I don't know why, because we're obviously going to white line. It's not a bad thing to do if you're a car behind. Sometimes the car in front might move over, and then you can squeeze your car along the side and ride the grass a bit, and then this car chooses, do they move over and crash, or do they let you through? That's a pretty traditional move in the F4. Quite a good strategy, but no, we hug the white line, so he's got nowhere to go there. Again, he's come around the outside. I probably probably should have squeezed in more. You really want your car to be further on the right so that they really can see you, even if they're playing on a postage stamp. They should be able to hear you. They should be able to feel the bananas slapping them in the face as you throw them out of your cockpit at them. But we're enough over that he knows we're there and he can't turn across. But yeah, we should have been further to the right here to make it hard, to make him even more aware. And if you're further to the right, you're closer, when they do turn in, there's less momentum for iRacing's incredibly overly smooth netcode to cause you to fly off the track. So actually, the netcode will behave better in iRacing. That's another pro tip that a lot of people miss out because they don't factor in the fact that iRacing has like 2 meters worth of smoothing for the relative motion. But once you're aware of that, it makes things a lot easier. So we should have squeezed in more, but we didn't. Now we're on the inside. We're going to be a bit slow through here because obviously you don't want to go fast through here and then understeer with him being able to go up the inside from him apexing better into the corner. This will bamboozle most F4 drivers because they'll expect this car, for some reason, to drive as if they're not in a natural racer, to just drive over and not hug the inside. So he obviously almost hits us, then goes to the outside. Good driving by him to not hit us there. He hasn't got enough momentum to be able to get the inside here. The tyres, again, once they start slipping, they will slide, so it really removes so many of the opportunities on a track like Red Bull Ring for you to actually hold slip and be able to do more interesting corners. You know, you'll be familiar with that in like Race Room can support it, AC, AMS1, R-Factor 2, but iRacing, the tyres will just keep sliding, so yeah, you're basically concrete bobsled. For some reason, a lot of people don't just say that outright. I don't know why. It's almost as if you have to encourage the sort of delusion because it's a popular game and you have to appeal to the user base because then that will encourage them to subscribe and support you. So, and use my affiliate link and my guide. Buy stuff, everybody. So we're there on the outside. It's very nice. I did move over a bit far to the left. He could have done, if I was him, I would have actually just done a grass overtake here. That's pretty characteristic for an F4 drive. I really did open this up too much for him. That was a mistake by me, but not enough for him to be. He didn't have enough draft and run to get next to us. Again, white lining. As soon as we got a bit of overlap from his nose cone, we know he can't dart back across, so we know we can then cover him off. So that's it. We've then come across. Again, I should have squeezed him more, but we're so far in front of him, he can see us, so we don't really need to squeeze him that much. And the nice thing here is he's trying to apex quickly. He's trying to do a much better apex to double up the inside. Little does he know, iRacing tyres, if you're within a few seconds of pace on the track, it ain't going to support it, mate. So nothing he could do. We could just hold the inside. He's going to have to back out of it. He can't do it. And again, he's gone for a much better entry into there. I don't need to worry about it. And then we come off this corner. He's got a little bit of a run from his better line, but you know he's got the pace, but he's gonna slide out a bit. And then of course, I know that I just need to turn to the right here, coming off the corner. It's not a reactive move. We're well ahead of him. I'm just coming off the corner and turning to the right slowly because he's not going to be able to go around the outside. His choice is to either back off or drive into us. He of course drives into us, but it's the final corner. On the final lap, it's fine, you know, and then that's it. We've got another. I think we've got like 8x loss of safety rating from this guy driving into us. So driving completely normally and defensively in an entirely predictable way will cost you safety rating and probably your license. But that's just iRacing. You just have to charge your safety rating up by doing hot lapping in another session. That's another fun and realistic part of iRacing to be aware of. And then that's it. We finish in front of him, and we get the message in the chat that we are an effing stupid R word. That's really nice as well. Really friendly online community in iRacing. It's great to see. He wasn't on voice chat, unfortunately, so we missed out on being able to be called that vocally. But the nice thing is that shows that we won the mental battle as well. And I think to add to the excitement, if we go back to the incident, we'd slowly worked ourselves up from the start here, because obviously this is my first race actually on this track for this season. We worked ourselves up, but obviously we got punted at some point. Let's find it. Let's find where it was. It might have been him that actually punted us originally. So we worked our way up from the back here. Let's see. Let's see where it was and how guilty we were. Zooming through. This is actually how fast this car drives. Beautiful. This would be faster than... This is like double Formula 1 speed. Oh, here we go. No, it wasn't him. It wasn't him. It was this guy. Was this my fault? Let's see. So I probably didn't close him off enough. So you really need... Because, yeah, I probably should have been further to the left here. I feel like he probably drove into me, but I should have been further to the left so he can't drive into me. This is really common, though. He's probably just driven straight into us. Yeah. I mean, my back's coming out a bit, and I'm starting a bit, but where does he expect my car to go? This is why I should have been further to the left, and then he can't turn. Like, if he turns into us, it'll be a low speed contact with the side of our car. Because I'm further on the right, at the point of braking, at the point of where he does turn in, it's going to be a much bigger contact. The thing is, you would expect these guys to be like, oh, there's a car inside, I can't turn in because there's a car there. My car's understeering a little bit, but at the end of the day, if you're this car, you're going to expect the car on the inside to understeer to some extent. And you should be aware of the speed at which cars are entering the corner. So you know where they're likely to understeer. This is why, actually, as well, you don't need triple screens. If you're this car, for example, you know that you've got a car on your right. You could push a button. You know they're there. You know the speed that you're entering the corner. You know there's a car on your right. You know that they can't just magically disappear. I'm not Harry Potter. We're actually well ahead going into the corner. So you would know, oh, I can't... This guy would just have to go, right, car me inside. I can't turn in. I can't apex the hot lap line. I've lost the corner effectively. He's lost the corner effectively. So he should have actually backed off a bit, tried to apex better, and then get more of a run to then overtake down the straight. But most people don't do that. Most people will just turn into you. So as I say, if you're this car, you want to be right over so they know you're there. They can smell you. Your bad breath is hitting them in the face. And then if they do drive into you, normally it'll be less of a contact. Again, reduces the network smoothing contacts and weirdness in iRacing. So yeah, it's just that's probably a lot of that was probably just netcode as well. But it wasn't the worst thing. He did leave some space there. Probably wasn't expecting my back to come out so much. But yeah, there you go, guys. That is a free guide video from the least trustworthy, worst sim racer in the world. Let me know. Let me know if you would like more incredibly exciting guides. Subscribe and like. Thanks to everybody in the live stream chat for watching this video live. You can watch it again on the YouTube channel or on Twitch in the VODs or whatever. I don't know. Cheers, everyone. There you go. It's a video. It's the video. School of Gamer Muscle. You missed it. Oh, you missed the video. I don't know if I'll bother uploading that. I could upload a series of videos called School of Gamer Muscle. TikTok content. It's too negative. It's too cynical. Yeah. Right. That was good fun. Could be a good shot. I know it was like 5 minutes long. I can't do shorts. I hate shorts. Right, let's do another thing. No AC hype today. We're just... Oh, hang on. No Formula C's here on Imola. 26 minutes. Formula C fixed. One car in Skippy. Yeah, T1. It takes more than a minute to get to T1, though. That's the problem. Right. LMP2 at Spa. Oh, here we go. Let's do that. Perfect. Fixed LMP2 at Spa. That's good. That's a good car track combo. Do I stream Ike? Sometimes we do, yeah. I really wanted So I've got a DJI Pocket 3, and I really wanted to, because it's got a really good gimbal on it. It's not waterproof, but I really wanted to stream with that, but it doesn't really work. Like you have to use the DJI app to then stream from the app from your phone. It's a mess. So for live streaming, you then tend to want to just live stream directly from your phone camera, but then that doesn't smooth, and then you'd want to get a phone gimbal, but then that's a whole other thing to carry. So yeah, the problem with action cameras that have the smoothing on them, which are really good for live streaming, or would be, they have a lot of delay on them. So if you've got a separate microphone, that's a bit of an issue. And again, they don't tie into the streaming stuff. It's weird because actually portable cameras have enough processing on them now that, and I mean, they do RMTP and stuff, so they do have the capacity. So it's strange that they haven't really capitalized on that, like with software on the camera directly. So basically, all the current systems, the best thing you can do is use your camera to use your phone as a Wi-Fi hotspot. You use a camera that then uses your phone as a Wi-Fi hotspot, and then that RMTPs to a PC that has OBS on it, and then that re-encodes the camera as if it's just a camera, but it's a remote camera, and then that sends out the stream, which is even more convoluted. Oh dear. Yeah, live real-time streaming, unless you're in the cities, doesn't really work that well at the moment. Or it's very convoluted. You can get portable OBS type machine things, but then you're beholden to your mobile connection, and if it drops out, you lose the stream. Yeah, that'd be good. Portable Starlink. I'm not quite sure how that works, because I think you have to always point it at a satellite, don't you? Schlumpf, have you heard about AC Eco? Is that the Greta Thunberg edition? AC Eco. You can only play it if you plug your computer into a solar panel. New Assetto Corsa Eco. Formula E only, yeah. Electric cars. Technically, if you're playing a racing simulator, every car is an electric car. Think about that. This is already Formula E. Sim racers have been doing Formula E back in the 2000s, back in the 90s. We're well ahead of the curve. Well, what's weird, CKTL, actually, having been to Formula E in real life, and also as someone that's having worked with Formula E, and so I'm not in a position to say anything negative about it.
Thank you.
So, but I would say, because the crowds can stand closer to the track, the cars actually sound okay in terms of the wind displacement because you're so close to them. And if you've got a family and young children and you wanted to take them to a motorsport event, it's actually not too bad for that. So it does actually have its pros. But I mean, of course, I could be contractually obliged not to say anything too critical about it. So, you know. All I can say is I love Formula E. No, I think it's I think it's great. I mean, I really liked Funhouse back in the day, and so that's one of the reasons why I like Formula E. They do indoors and outdoor racing.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome. AC emo cars. They're all depressed. Yeah. They've all got like chains on them and boots, and like emo screamo music can be heard from coming out of them. Do any of you guys want to join our new Twitch channel, where we're our DJ channel? UK West, spelt with a 3. we did a test stream. Stuff is working. We managed to get our DJ equipment to send audio out to OBS properly. I don't know when we're going to do our first DJ session though, properly. No, UK, and the E is a 3. UK West. Well, good. Do I play garage? No. I don't even have a garage on my house. Too small. What? Does Twitch say we're playing Assetto Corsa or something? No. Oh, you need to refresh your thing. Oh, we're not making that. Woo! Can you imagine doing that? Bloody hell. You didn't come up with UK West. It was a bloody someone in it was someone in iRacing screaming at us that was angry with us. It was someone shouting at us. It wasn't you. UK West, number 1. UK West. Yeah, hundreds of complainers. I like how UK West sounds like a power company. UK West providing you with energy this winter. Pay up. No, I spelt it with a 3. So, original. Also, that's not a real word, which means it's now copyright. Gamer Muscle 2024. That's all it takes. Not a real word. And it's our brand. So, sorry. Scammed. Scammed with a number. Look, if I ever make, like, hundreds of thousands of pounds as a DJ, I'll send you £50, okay? I'll give you £100 in the post or something. But no, I wouldn't be allowed to send you money, because then that would be an admission that you came up with it, which you didn't. So then I can't even do that. I tell you what, you can come to our first gig and you can have front row seats. Although I assume people would be standing at a DJ event rather than sitting. So I guess we could have like a disabled section. You can sit in there if you want front row seats. Clipped. 10 years time we're playing at Q Dance. Zedward Dog's like, he promised me front row. I'm like, oh shit. Everybody left, to everybody to right. Unless you listen to dance music, you won't know what I'm going on about there. Or do they not call it the disabled section? Call it the seating section. You don't really need to. You don't really need to call it the disabled section. Just say it's the seating section. What would I play? Don't know. Music, I guess. We're focusing on. We're focusing on tube and throat singing remixes. I think it's the next big genre to take off. Put a beat to that. Winner. DJing there is actually sport around DJing. I'm not even joking. It's like battle DJing, but some of it's really impressive. You Google on YouTube. Basically, they like do beats in real time. Hello, what's going on here? Like they'll have 2 tracks and then they're scratching the beats. You should watch. Type in Battle DJ Star Wars and have your mind blown. Well, I'm not the one defining these sports. I don't come up with them. Anything sport these days. Look at the Olympic breakdancing. Yeah, exactly. See, we're on the same page. Look, Ray Gun's a legend. I think we can all agree. As far as I'm concerned, when someone pulls out the kangaroo, they've won the Olympics. There should be a special extra gold, like you know, bronze, silver, gold for the pathetic normal athletes. But for someone that pulls out the kangaroo, they get extra gold. Well, Fast Boy, how would you know? You've never seen a 30-year-old woman move. Lol. Oh dear. Right. Probably similar to braking. Look at this. Look at these. Look at this cottage in the middle of the track. Nothing says racetrack like a cottage. Also, there's the snake move on the floor. I mean, what would be the British breakdance move? Maybe the teapot. If Australians have the kangaroo, we have the teapot and the dipping the biscuit. Americans would be the eagle and the machine gun. Oh no, I came up with a well good joke, but it's too offensive. Can't make that joke. Bloody hell. I hate the world. You come up with some really good stuff in your head and you know you can't say it. Oh dear. Even though it's funny and even though there's no offence intended, you know how the world works. Right. Self-policing, that's it. It's a bit Orwellian, isn't it? It's well Orwellian. Well Orwellian. Where we're in a world where intention doesn't matter. It's whatever some random person decides to interpret something as. That's clearly an indication of some underlying thing. Oh well. Right, let's go. Which is ends up ironically being doubly racist, because then you're censoring yourself based off a interpretation of a potential group being more offended than another potential group, and the reason you would think they'd be offended is because you're grouping them under a racial discrimination potentially, or under a cultural discrimination, which is ironically even more racist than not actually so, you know, I mean, I'll just cancel myself. hello cat debate. Cancelception. Right. Let's go. Or maybe you don't actually come up with anything funny. You just say, "Oh, I can't say something funny because it's potentially too offensive." And then that could be that's the joke. That's the get out of joke clause. You go, ah. Oh, I thought it was something hilarious, guys, because I'm actually really funny, but I can't say it. So actually, gee, we've gone triple meta on this. Joke inception. It's like how many jokes down can we go? What is lame though is when you have like comedians which complain about being cancelled or something, and it's super lame when you have really large comedians that are so big that they could never get cancelled because they already have such an audience and so much capital pool and so much wealth that it doesn't matter anyway, and they're basically self-publishing. So it's actually completely absurd that they would then complain about being potentially cancelled. And then people going on about being cancelled when actually it's like, no, what you're saying is actually is not funny or like not true, or like the predication of the joke isn't actually true. So I mean, anyone can find anything funny. I don't think people should be cancelled, generally speaking anyway, even if it is offensive. But if you say, even if you're a comedian and you say you were to say something that was, you know, someone's fully within their right to be offended. The problem is that it doesn't matter that someone's offended, like, you know. Yeah, it's really weird though when you have like these. You do get like small comedians that get legitimately cancelled, but it's not normally the ones complaining about being cancelled that I think actually face trouble. It is a pretty offensive shirt. I've had this for years. It's jokes all the way down. Howdy from South Carolina. Hello. From Clerks 2. Was Clerks 2 filmed in black and white as well? I'm jealous of how good Kevin Smith is at telling stories. Like he's I mean I don't really like his films that much, but he's really good at telling stories. Do you get people asking you? I've never had that happen to me, actually. Do I prefer LMP2 to GTP? Lazy Titan. Well, in iRacing, generally the lighter the car with more downforce, the better it handles, the more interestingly it handles. So in iRacing, yeah, I mean generally like F4 Super Formula, Formula Ford. But yeah, I think yeah, generally speaking. Generally speaking, yeah. That reflection. Weird. It's reflecting my shirt. Why is that pink? Oh, is it the wall? It's a nice colour. Blue and like a matte pink colour. Oh, it's this grandstand, I think. That's really weird. What sports car do I prefer? I mean, I don't know. I don't really... probably this LMP2. The Legends car... just, I don't know, whatever drives the closest to a car. Which in iRacing is nothing, really. No, I'm not sure. I think if iRacing had more realistic handling, the Porsche Cup car is what I'd probably really enjoy. I quite like Porsches generally speaking, but you need a really good tyre model in the sim for them to make sense, because they're really on the tyres all the time, and the car's like super like sketchy in a weird way. The AC challenge. I mean, was it hilarious or was it torture? I can't tell. I guess torture can be funny at times. Like, yeah, I kind of in AC1. I quite like the GT4 stuff out of tin top cars, but like GT1 and GT2 I like as well. But I think you just need a sim that's got a really good tyre model for those cars to be fun. Stelica. Well, there's iRacing actually has more dynamic range to its force feedback than LMU. More tracks and more people to race against. So, but yeah, LMU has more realistic tyres and better car contacts. But LMU keeps crashing for me, so that puts me off it quite a bit. Also, there's some really weird force feedback in LMU, and there's also the audio is really weird as well. So, alright, fix that up race. Yeah, I kind of, I have less patience for games that crash, like, I just find it really annoying when you have to keep rebooting a game up. I'm just lazy. Bob Windy, you very much enjoyed your AC Evo over-analysis video. Oh, thank you. Glad you did. I think we could have talked a bit slower in it, to be honest. I was
waiting on the final car to grid.
I recorded it at like 5 in the morning. And why am I car number 1? Oh dear. Quality content. Juiced up. Well, yeah, no, I just sometimes when I'm making a video and I'm like, oh, this video's maybe a bit boring, so if I talk faster it'll be less boring, but actually you don't need to. It's just something, it's a bad YouTube habit I picked up from years ago. All you need is a British accent and to make jokes and talk slowly, that's good enough. Yeah, end sooner, the pain ends. That's what I'm thinking. I was thinking of people. I was thinking of my viewers, you know. Yeah, I mean, also I've had really bad insomnia recently, so I'll be like getting impatient with my own voice. So.
Catch fast 3, car.
Are we doing a full out lap, or how's this work? We're honestly going to do it in... Okay, we're doing an entire out lap. Fair enough. Why not? I like this part of the game. Well, why save time counter debate? You can't, there's no way of staving off the inevitability of death. What time are you saving? In the grand scheme of things, it's all a blink of an eye anyway. Xantos, you're extremely stressed. No, you haven't played enough iRacing. After enough iRacing, you get driven into and netcoded and weird shit happens to you so much that you just embrace it. You lose all feeling. It's like watching BBC Parliament. At first, you're like, "Oh my God, these people rule the country," and how on earth can they be so incompetent and just full of shit all the time? This is stressful. And then after a while, you go, "Oh, actually." It's just it's how it is. You just embrace it. It's fine. Hype's now on -7. Now you might say to yourself, why is the government condemning this military action? That's needless killing of people and potentially increasing the possibility of World War III, but not condemning other military actions that are murdering loads of innocent people and potentially increasing the possibility of World War III. You know, you might be like, oh, I think it seems rather hypocritical. It seems a bit, you know, you might think that, but then you have to go, oh yeah, actually the whole thing's a bit rigged and politicians are generally full of shit and there's a whole load of real politic that you don't know underlying it all, so at the end of the day it's all about lies on top of lies, so minus 10 minus 10 hype. Welcome to everyone that's tuned in. Paid off, well, paid not paid, I don't know, you don't need to be paid, do you? A lot of the time people don't. There's It'd be really ironic for a government to go on about cleaning itself up and not being racist, and then to basically do actions and basically operate in a completely racist way, but then have the media and them themselves pretend that they're not being racist at all. That would be really hypocritical, but you know. What can you do? Right. We could drive LMP2 cars, that's what we can do. Off we go. -11. At what point does it reset? If we do -12, the clock's gone back round, we're back to 0. Here we go, we're not getting through T1 here. Hello, Fixed to Brockis, how's it going?
Post car is off, time to do your job. Green flag.
Oh, that was possibly the worst the worst start ever. No, gets worse.
Right side.
Thanks for driving into me, guys.
Still there, hold your line. Clear. There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead. Go right.
That was close. I didn't see him, but I heard him.
Car on your left. Clear.
I heard that car go past me very fast and very close. Didn't quite see it, That was the sound of death being avoided. Bloody hell. I was just following the other cars like, well, if he's making it, I'll make it. the speed at which that car went past us. It'll be good to see the replay. It's fine. Nothing to see. You either make it or you don't. That was a safety car. Didn't seem very safe to me. I wonder if we got any damage from the guy that drove into the back of us. Quite possible. Even though it was a 0X. These cars are made out of papier mâché. No hype. No hype today.
You're in the top 10.
Oh, we're in the top 10. That's good. No, I have a different force feedback base. Might get a Moser one eventually. I think they're still working on drivers and things. Maybe we'll do some sort of tie-in with Microsoft Flight Sim. That makes sense.
Car on your left. Stay on the right.
Oh, please don't turn into me.
Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
I'm well slow at this track. Hello, Chris Dory. How's it going? Spicy pepper residue. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea. You got more than an itch now. You've got a son of a... I love spicy food. I can't eat it. My stomach just... Since COVID, I can't eat spicy food at all. Absolutely wrecks me for like 3 days. You make a video on how to do a set of Corsa server? No, but what I'd recommend... You can do it in Content Manager. You just need to open the ports in on your router and then just do it in Content Manager. There's already videos on it. But if you're doing I would recommend just using like Emperor servers to do a server, because their whole system is set up really well. It's nice and simple. It works really well. Not too expensive either. Ours is on. That's what we use. Like £15 a month. You can do a £10 a month server with like 20 slots, cheaper. Yeah, just spray water in your eyes. You could use milk, like spice is fat soluble, isn't it? So you could rub butter on your eyes. That might actually help. I mean, I don't know. It's not medical advice. Man dies after rubbing butter on eyes following advice from a live streamer. These guys are going to crash. It's coming. It's another BMW. No, Rebellion Racing. Now that happened like ages ago, Counter Debate. He's out of... You need to watch Kirith more. Kirith News Station. Woo! Thanks for the E-woo, Indiana Duck. Yeah, I probably will do actually, yeah. I was thinking what I might do is like try and do like a thing where every week we put a new bit of hardware on the sim rig each week, and then that's what the live stream is. Thanks for the cheer. A bit louder. Are they doing IMSA on this track? Or is IMSA with a different... LMP2 Fix normally is the same track as IMSA. Spa's quite good with cars like this. Nice and chill. Percy, thanks for following. Welcome. Glad to finally catch you live, said no one. Appreciate all the content you made. I've been learning through your vid. No, you haven't learned nothing. You ain't learned nothing. Sim races become your life, become in my life. The beautiful fun. Oh no, what's... Oh dear. Escape whilst you can. Yeah, it's learned. You've learned new levels of regret. That's probably the only positive you get from this channel, is learning to be massively skeptical of everything. Realise how much profiteering there is in sim racing, and how people maybe for good or bad, normally not bad intentions, but just the nature of it. This car's behind were well sending it. He was like a rocket. How come he's so fast? Did he just have the double draft or something? Ross Gordon's... No, Maxime Lambarella is ponying it. Well, everybody. Well, everybody. Well, everybody. Well, everybody. Are we doing another? I need to eat something. I'm absolutely starving. I haven't got any instant food though. Well, everybody. I've got a bloody venison steak I need to eat. I've already had one today, but I defrosted them. I bought them in Tesco's from the reduced bin. So then I froze them, and I was like, oh shit! Now I've defrosted them. I've got to eat them both. I don't quite understand the point of venison steak. It seems very expensive for something worse than normal steak, but it was mega reduced price, so I was like, well, why not? Golden Age! Game-changing Golden Age.
The leader is running 5.676.
Cornflakes and venison.
Just set your fastest lap for session. You got a slow car on the right. Go left.
No, it doesn't really taste more gamey. I mean, it probably does. I'm not disagreeing, but it's just not got much fat in it, so it's not got much flavour. Compared to steak, like it doesn't make sense for the price, really. I'm pretty sure it does more environmental damage as well. It's like goat is really bad for the environment. That's a terrible pun. Can we have a collective groan? A rubbery taste? I think you were eating plastic, not venison. Easy to mix them up when you focus all your attention on filming your wife's bottom. The difference between cod and salmon? What? Today we discovered that counterbait has no taste buds. I like smoked salmon as well, good.
The car in C4. Just set the fastest lap. 4.714.
4.714. Sounds like the R Factor 2 announcer. We're catching the car in front, but the race will be over by the time we actually do get to them. We should be dead in this race though, so we need that replay at the start's gonna be good.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Yeah, there's a lot of draft in this car. Car behind us was zooming. Look at that bit of dirt right in the middle of the screen.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel left.
Oh, we've still got 2 laps.
Left side. Keep to the right. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Bloody hell! Well, he was confident with that. What on earth was that? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Well, he had at least a millimetre of clearance, so, you know.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 4.499. You just got the white flag. That means 1 more lap to go.
Somehow they're way faster through there. Oh, they might crash on the last corner and then we might get 2 places. That'd be nice. Nice fixed setup. They're just driving better.
There's an incident ahead.
You get a lot of draft with this car. Straight line it.
You've got a slow car on the right.
Oh, that went alright. Let's have a look at the replay.
Ticket flag.
Oh.
Great job. You did really well.
Why? Why?
Who's complaining? Ross Gordon.
Report.
Oh, did they crash after the race? Oh no, report for sure. Right, here we go. Let's look at the carnage. Report. Report for sure. Yeah, you
Report
can, for sure. You can change brake bias, but oh, thank you. What was it doing? Oh my god, look at this send.
I just want to go on the right to left the race, my friend. I don't want to crash you. Why don't brake? This is finished. You arrive at 200 kilometers. Why? No, it's I have the fault. I'm at fault. I go on the right to stop, but why? Why speed like that? Me, bro. I'm sorry.
Vous êtes fou ou quoi? Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Oh, vous êtes vraiment nul, hein? He doesn't know what to say. Right. Oh, that was close. Magic. Right.
Bah, je t'emmerde. Voilà, je t'encule. Je t'enculé, va, saloperie.
Taisez-vous, s'il vous plaît. I translate that. That was you. That guy wasn't happy. The onboard of that. This is why you follow the car in front of you, because they're going to knock the other cars out of the way. It's just the way you can't even see. You just see smoke, and then there's just that. Boom. Boom. The speed at which that goes past. Plenty of space though. At least good half a metre is fine. Oh, someone else wasn't lucky though. Oh dear. Oh dear. This guy took the wrong line. Let's have a look at the onboard. The Spa disaster. Oh no, he made the wrong choice. He just drives into the smoke. Never drive into the smoke. Oh no. Never drive into the smoke. Oh. Oh no. Follow the car in front of you, because they're going to hit the car that's crashed, and then you'll be fine. Don't do this. Oh, look, he just... Oh no, where do you think all these cars are going? Ah, straight into him. Hello. Full speed LMP2 into the door frame. This guy's gonna have a headache. Surprise! Oh, it's inevitable, isn't it? It's the classic. It's the Spa classic. Oh dear. At least
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh, bloody hell, we need that a bit louder. Can't believe you've done this. It's a classic. Was he last as well? I think he was. Oh, no, he's not last. But he's close to it. Second to last. Second to last. Tony Hawk's Pro LMP2 driver. That's iRacing. It's quality racing. Beautiful stuff. Don't get much better than that. Right, what's the next? Order! What's the next? Watkins Glen Cospit GTE Sprint. Hang on, where's Imza? Order. Here we go. 6:45. Oh yeah, we can do that. Order. Let's do that. Why can't I register? What? Oh, I have to wait till 30 minutes before, don't I? Yeah. That would explain that. We'll do that though. Hang on. Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm gonna grab some food though. Leave a like, you can do, thank you. Right, I'm gonna grab some food. I'll be back. Order! I'll be back in a minute. No hype. Keep the hype levels low, guys. Low and slow. Venison, but yeah, I mean, I need to eat it. I need to cook it at least. It's only small. Pagana, so hyped for AC Evo and Game of Muscle battling others on iRacing. Oh no. Yeah, right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. Just gonna grab something to eat and a cup of tea as well. So keep yourselves busy. I'm not sure how you keep yourselves busy, but keep yourselves busy somehow. No hype. I don't know what you can do. You can play a game. I don't know what game you could play. Back in a minute, guys. We got food. Oh yeah. That wasn't too bad. Got a cup of tea. We got some steak. We got some salmon. We got some Indian flatbread. Get in there. How's everyone doing? Who's still here? How are people still here? Oh, it's alright. Did an alright job with the cooking. Yeah, we win. Steak, simrig, and salmon. It's a bit chewy, I think. Oh, alright. Today's protein day. If you had to go to a restaurant in London, what's the best restaurant in London? You have to pick one. One restaurant to rule them all. Favourite movie? I don't really have a movie. It's a favourite movie. I don't think there's like a particular single film. one. I definitely prefer, I think, 90s cinema to modern cinema, though. I don't have like individual favourites. My mood is not that consistent. It's like saying, what's your favourite biscuit? I mean, how can you just have one biscuit? Your favourite protein? I think if you caught a fish yourself, like if you were hunting, if you caught your own food, I think that makes it taste better. Also, if you cook it over like a campfire. Is there going to be rain? Oh, no rain chance. That's good. Should we see what's happening on our sim racing? It's a terrible place to go to. Let's investigate. Reddit investigation. Rennsport is dead already. They just just can't admit it. Why they just jump? Attack Rennsport today. That's like a weird, just a weird rant. Ah, today I hate Rennsport. Let's post on Reddit. Come on, guys, we can all get on board with this hate of this thing. Right, if it's dead, if you don't like it and it's dead, why bring it up? why? It's like Live for Speed is pretty dead, but no one cares because it's dead. So it's obviously someone's disgruntled. Someone's disgruntled and they want to put the pretense that they want a discussion, but they don't really. They're just disgruntled. Yeah, they've done the opposite of what they wanted to achieve. Let's read it. That's literally that is the post. They didn't type anything else. They've just done a post. They've just done a post called Rennsport is dead. Just can't admit it. To be fair, that's the kind of typing error I'd make. Top voted comment with 336 votes. It was never alive to begin with. Just look at their botted Twitch streams with 4,000 to 5,000 people in chat, but only 2 chatting. I don't know what happened with that. I don't know if that was true or not. Oh, there we go. Are they going on about the Saudis? I mean, the Saudis own ESL. And Formula 1. And a whole bunch of things. I do think with Rensport that they it was kind of weird that they like they had a lot of money obviously for the launch, or like they did a lot of press and promotion, but it's kind of weird that they just announced it when they did. It's just, it is strange. You don't need that much in a driving sim. Like they did all the announcement stuff before, and all the esports stuff before they even had the thing out. But no. Oftentimes in business, things don't come together at the right time. But it's definitely weird. Well, these more comments. We get right. Assetto Corsa video. Here we go. Look at this. I've noticed more of this on YouTube. In terms of comments on videos, I think there's just more younger. There's more young people in sim racing, which is good in a sense, you know. But you have people make comments that are really weird, like they're completely disconnected from reality. Like they're just really so disconnected from reality, it's strange. So let's see if I can find one. Or like it's Chinese whispers comments. Yeah, I mean on sim racing stuff, I'm not sure if you get too many bot contests. It's too niche. But yeah, on tweets and political stuff for sure. I mean subreddits and things. But sim racing, it's unlikely because it's even as a way to build a channel, it's a bit weird. How to build a comment thing. Let me see if I can find one of these comments. Right, here we go. Aris, who was the guy in charge of physics at Kunos. right. Already, Aris was not in charge of physics in the sense, like he did car implementation. He wasn't a programmer. He did the equivalent of a game designer that gets data or puts it into the files to make the objects behave like with the correct parameters. It's not really programming, it's car implementation. But so Aris, who is the guy in charge of the physics in Kunos, left the company last year. Well, he's not the guy in charge of the physics, and yeah, he did leave the company, but that doesn't mean anything in any scenario. I mean, it might mean certain specific things, but not what this guy thinks. So that doesn't make any sense. This could mean they are relying on the code that was there already. Or they hired a new person that could have a different take on that. That don't make any sense. Because Aris didn't program the physics code. That's Stefano who left before doing ACC, but I think he still consults. I just hope they let people modify the parameters of the force feedback. Fair enough. I think that's a good idea. But yeah, so I mean, I don't think this guy's got ill will or anything, but it's just there's a lot of this I notice in sim racing where people comment on stuff where it's like confused Chinese whispering, and I think that's the kind of people probably frame a lot of things like that in their view of reality is sort of they've heard something, they've not really fully understood it, and then they've created their own reasoning behind it. See if I can find a good one. This looks crap. No rubber from the tyres, focused on silly Forza style crap about the cars. Like, right. No rubber from the tyres, focused on silly Forza style crap about the cars. How can you... it doesn't even make sense. Like, AC1 is not really Forza. I mean, also Forza's not even inherently bad. I mean, it's a game with different cars in it, race cars and road cars. Well, Forza's not even that bad in many ways. Like, there's nothing necessarily bad with in terms of like the cars they picked. So, but no rubber from the tyres. What does that mean? No rubber from the tyres? I can't even understand that comment. I can't even understand it. No rubber from the tyres? Finally count. What? Skid marks. Oh, there's no skid marks. But okay, what? Yeah, it's just strange, isn't it? It's just where is that person's mind at for that to be the focus? That's another thing I noticed actually. People do this with a lot of stuff. What some people focus on is often a little bit strange, which is fine. That's fine for people to focus on different things, but you'd be aware. So, like, I personally overly focus on force feedback. I do think it is kind of important and the differentiating thing with the sim, and you spend thousands of pounds on equipment, so it kind of makes sense. It's not that absurd, but I am aware that it is not necessarily the most important thing for a driving game for most people that can't drive. So, like, with ACC, it's like, do you know what I mean? It's like, well, it's still going to sell well, it's still drivable. So, but people focus on, like, stuff that's so out there that happens to be the one thing that they happen to have noticed. It's like the opposite of that magic trick thing with the, you know, where they have a bear walk, like the people are doing stuff and then like a bear walks across or a gorilla walks across the stage and nobody notices the gorilla. It's like the opposite of that, where some people latch, you have an average of people of what their attention is focused on, that's like the normative attention, and then you have a minority of people that hyperfixate on a completely arbitrary thing and you can't know what that thing's going to be. But then okay, that's fine. But then you'll have a group of people of that group of people that will assume that they're actually in the norm. Thanks for subscribing, Mersin. Oh, bloody hell, I'm going to say your name wrong. Mersin Wojacnik, I think. Sorry if I said your name wrong. Here we go. I think it's overhyped. Look way too much as a sort of arcade game than a real sim. How could you know from that trailer that was literally like a highlight video? How could you know if it was an arcade game? And why would that make it overhyped? Like, also, it would actually be, I wouldn't care if it's good. Like, if it's drivable, who gives a shit, really? Like, it's like Gran Turismo. I think Gran Turismo would be better if it was more arcade. I think when you have sims that can't be realistic, it's actually worse when they try to be realistic and then are just unforgivingly stupid. But anyway, looks, I don't know where, maybe just the average visual style of it and the different vehicles then makes someone think it's an arcade game. So that's their sort of perception, and that's what they've jumped to. I can understand why someone does that, but you'd think you'd have the awareness to go, oh, I don't know. I want real car physics in a sim. Otherwise, I'd buy GT7 or any other arcade race game. But the irony is, GT7. Is this you who wrote this? Hang on. Is this your comment? What were you saying? What? We're just drunk. Oh, hang on, you wrote this. No, this is something else. I think people just in general want to feel special. So if you cannot find anything special with the general things, then you'll focus on the obscurities to make them your... Yeah, no, I agree with that. Hang on. Right, okay. Right, so the irony is GT7 is arguably in many ways as realistic as iRacing. It's as arbitrarily unrealistic as iRacing. Like, the end result of iRacing, I think iRacing is quite good under the limit, but the fact is, on and over the limit, iRacing is as realistic as Gran Turismo. Like, it's just nothing like a real car. So at that point, they're basically at parity. But so then it just comes down to marketing for, you know, it looks more, it seems more realistic because it's presented in a more dry way. I get what the guy's trying to say, though. To be fair, I do understand what he's trying to convey, which is the point. Point is that if it's not a sim, you'd rather be arcade. So I think that's just what he's trying to say. So fair enough. You don't want to cause any trouble. Is this your comment? Let's wait and see what happens. Let's hope it's not buggy. That's fair enough. I agree with that. Hang on, here we go. Putting conventional and road cars in a racing game is the most stupid thing to do. Who wants to race those cars? The vast majority of people playing driving sims. Like, yeah, I actually, like, I think road cars are shit to race for the most part. I actually agree with him. But if you're talking about customers, like, most people want to roleplay racing a car brand that they already know of. The most stupid, yeah. Well, I mean, watching this channel is probably already. Someone replied to him with, "What you said is one of the most dumbest things I ever saw someone say." Well, that's a bit harsh. They both got, this is like the hyperbole wars. the most stupid thing, but then he said it's the most dumbest thing. But to be honest, he's not a flat earther, so it's not that dumb. Oh dear. Yeah, well, it's to do with role playing and well, that's a large thing with simulators is that someone has seen something in real life and then they're like, oh, I wonder what that's like. Oh, there's a simulator that has an approximation of that real world thing. Oh, now I can get an approximation of that real world thing. And that's kind of like part of the general logical flow of how a simulator works for people. And then even outside of Sims, it's kind of like, oh, something's popular or something's being marketed to someone. Most people are going to go towards the thing that they already have some kind of awareness of. You know, it's just how the brain works. Like, it's a lot harder to gain traction with an idea that is completely disconnected from any other idea or anything close to it. So most people learn through like close association, or interest is derived from close association. So that's why you could have that's the problem with unbranded stuff that's objectively a lot better. People aren't going to be the only way people would know it was better is if they used it, but they wouldn't think to use it because it's too far outside of their experiential range. Here we go. Thanks for the review. What I need, something as good as R-Factor 2 in physics. R-Factor 2 has worse physics than Assetto Corsa in an actual end-drive sense. People might argue that R-Factor 2 has more advanced physics, more dynamic, maybe more nuanced, but R-Factor 2 doesn't do drifting as well as AC. The cars get stuck in somewhat weird slides. The controllable slip is really, really wide. And the force feedback in R-Factor 2 is nowhere near as detailed as AC1 for what is actually going on with the tyres in terms of where they are at the limit. So by most metrics of what is a better or worse sim, or what is better or worse force feedback, AC is much better than R-Factor 2's force feedback, but most sim racers won't know that because it's a meme that R-Factor 2 has the best force feedback, which is weird because hardly anyone plays R-Factor 2, so they've just read complex information and a few people saying it's the best. They haven't actually tried it for themselves. It's like no one plays R-Factor 2. It's really weird. Like somehow, if a sim is less popular, it can garner more credibility by the fact that fewer people have played it. And then the inverse is true as well. If a sim is really popular, it can be quite shit, but if it's really popular, that popularity then overrules or creates like a meme narrative. It's like a sweet spot of being not like used enough for people to question what's supposedly the truth, or something used so much that it's just accepted that something's the truth. There must be like a chart for that, because that would apply to anything in life. It's like if you have a genre of music that's actually shit, but there's 4 people that are super mega passionate about tooth and throat singing. Not that is shit. I can understand why people do that. It's actually quite cool in many ways. But like, you know, you can have 4 people that are mega passionate about it. Bagpipes, that's a good example. We can all agree that bagpipes are absolutely shit instruments, right? But there's like 20 people that play bagpipes, and they're all like, bagpipes, and so people that don't know any better are like, bagpipes, that's cool, but actually they're shit. But only 4 people like them. They promote it, so people accept it as like, bagpipes are cool, but they've not thought about it. Bagpipes are terrible. And then you have Taylor Swift, absolute shit, but she has huge fans, crowds of people. How dare you say anything negative about the didgeridoo? It's the best instrument ever made. Taylor Swift filling stadiums, but it's objectively shit. She moves like a robot. And so that's like, Taylor Swift, she's the best. You don't dare question Taylor Swift. Oh God, we're going to get the Swifties on us, guys. Bloody hell. I'm having another joke that I can't make because the joke's potentially too offensive. could make a really good comparison between Swifties and another group of people. A rather hilarious comparison that some people would then say was an inappropriate comparison to make. Therefore, humour denied. Pre-offended. Oh, hello. What's that? What's going on there? Is that a raid or something? I don't even know what that means. Oh, we hit a sub goal. Have we hit the sub goal for this month? When did that happen? No one subscribed. Why did we hit the sub goal? But no one did anything. Oh. Was it you?
I'm literally so unhyped right now.
Ah, Lynx, you made us hit the sub goal for last month. This minute just completed. Thank you very much. We have to go to hype level 1 because that's a subscriber. Thank you, appreciate it. 4 months. Let me. We have to have some hype now. Hype level 1. That's the rule. Donation or sub gets us to hype level 1. Bloody hell. Ruined everything. Hope you're happy. One green light there. One green light of hype. Oh, look what you've done. Thank you. Ruining the hype. Stream title invalidated. Oh, we're just here to complain. Let's see what random call signs video comment has on it. Hang on. Right, here we go. Where's random call signs channel? Here we go. Launch trailer watch along. Surely he's done other videos. Go and subscribe to random call sign, guys. Random needs to get to 100,000 subs next year. I think he can do it. We're good. Right, set a course at Ela. Deep dive! Right, here we go. Here's the comments, right. See if we can find any good nuggets. Looking for triggers. The material rendering doesn't look too good in places. Oh, fair enough.
I'm hot, and you're not.
He doesn't have too many stupid comments. He's been blessed. You're slowly getting some thumb tendinitis after months of getting back to iRacing. That's probably from your shifters being quite stiff. So make your shifters less. Make them more sensitive. You can if you, what wheel are you using? If you have magnetic shifters, you can just move the magnet further away. Or put a bit of paper between the magnet at the back. Yeah, you don't shift with your thumb, but you tend to squeeze. Do you not? No, you tend to squeeze with your hand like this, and then what happens is then it's that squeezing action, and then I think people are doing that. That's what I found. Otherwise, it's very weird to get tendinitis just from turning. Maybe you're just squeezing the wheel a lot. Yeah, that is actually really weird to get tendonitis. Maybe try and practice turning. So the way you're supposed to drive is you're supposed to only push upwards. You're never meant to pull. But to be fair, if you're pulling, you shouldn't really be pulling on your thumb either. Yeah, just mash both pedals. Exactly, it's iRacing. Niels, you should program a special mode into the House in Vale pedals called iRacing mode, and then what it is when you push the brake. Oh, this would work! This would work! When you push the brake, it automatically pushes the accelerator a certain amount. And it does it based off the amount that you're braking. And that you could actually, I think you could actually use that to be able to brake more aggressively. I mean, it would add slip, and the tyres would overheat, so maybe it would still make you lose speed. But you could... It might actually work in certain scenarios. Like if you push a button on the wheel to activate it, and then you're doing like a dive bomb, and then you have it so the amount of throttle corresponds to the amount of brake to a certain level. Because I've been I've done it so much now that I realise that you can not a lot of people, they're crashing, so they just push both pedals. But if you actually only push the throttle a little bit, you can actually control the slide with it. Well, you can do it manually, but you could just do it with it's not really cheating. It's the same as you're still using the pedal to do the input. It's just also applying accelerator. Genius. Yeah, wheel height and angle definitely could affect it. Yeah. My tendonitis has gone down quite a bit, but for me it was shifted. It was the shifters being stiff. And probably sim racing for 12 hours a day. That was probably the problem. More than the shifters. Yeah, so it's probably not a good idea to do like 10 hours of sim racing. Oh dear, sim racing. I had tendonitis, yeah, but it was like here, so it's from the these fingers, not my thumb. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, your thumb still connects to that. Like 8 months. I even stopped for a bit. And then just kept going. But it seems it's just gradually got better anyway. As I say, it was just the main thing was just the strength of the shifters. Yeah, it takes ages because there's not much blood supply to tendons, so it just takes a long time to heal, and you just have to let it rest. The thing is that if you like. I don't have a car, so I carry like all my shopping in a rucksack, and I buy too much stuff, and so every time I'd pick it up, it would like re-pull on everything. So, but it's all right now actually, which is good because tendonitis is pretty sore. It's well annoying as well. I mean, I think it's still there a little bit. Oh no. No, it's basically gone. Because if I was to do this, I mean, yeah, it's there like super mild though. But if I was to do that before without painkillers, I'd be like, That's crazy. Not where I am. They do home delivery in some places. But yeah, it's just I do too much sim racing, so it's my own fault. This should be interesting, this race. 170 registered. Oh, this is why This is why we have to. iRacing has to get its netcode and tyre model done, which they are working on supposedly. Because ultimately, no other sim is going to have this degree of participation. Or maybe if it's on console and PC. Hello, Matt. Totally normal behaviour. You had quadruple tendonitis in both forearms, so you had to go through an intense rehab, and the exercises. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of, there's a whole bunch of things you can do. The most simple one though is to not do the thing that's giving you tendonitis. that's the I think the problem is if you get tendonitis when you're older, like over 50, then it's really hard for it to heal. No AC, no battle. Matt, are you excited for AC Evo? Well, that's it. You're basically dead. 31 is too old. Body just starts falling apart after 25, so it's over. Probably didn't go flying then. You have many questions. All the questions.
Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line.
That was him. I was holding my line. He drove into me there. I'm holding my line. That's on him. That's on him. He's saying what the. That's on him. He's driven into me there. Look, we're inside. He's turned into me there. This is practice, by the way, guys. It doesn't even matter. And then he's kept turning in. And then he's run out of track. We're like there, but he's there. He's run out of track. We're driving in a straight line. And now he's left the track, effectively. And he's repeatedly driving into us. And even then loses it on the gravel. That's his fault. That's a good example of the type of thing that people would think that it wasn't their fault. They'd be like, oh, why is the car not giving me space? Though it's entirely predictable. Yeah, it's probably like with the netcode as well. It's hard to know if what's funny is how people just wouldn't lift. Like, right, you would know. You're like, hang on a minute, it's an LMP2 car. They're going to accelerate away from us anyway. So you might as well lift and then follow behind them, even in practice, to then get a bit of draft. No, was the slower car is the one that should lift, basically. Especially if it's multi-class. If you have a car that's a different class, it's like absolutely slower categorically. Or even if it was the same class car and one had damage and one didn't, or one is just like massively slower, then the slower car has no chance of beating the faster car. So then there's no point in them actually fighting it. So that's why you'd end up you put blame on the slower car. But obviously this is practice. I knew it would drive into us. And I knew the netcode silly, but I just thought it'd be funny. You want to see 90s GT1 cars in a state-of-the-art sim technology? I would like... Right. Maybe that's a video I need to make. What I would like from AC Evo. I would like dynamic range for the limit for the tyre model in the force feedback, unlike ACC. I would like AC physics, but with the suspension better than ACC and AC. So more like rFactor 2 or iRacing suspension. I would like basic ranked daily races. Don't have to be amazing, but just like a daily race every 30 minutes. Even better if they could have a Formula car race or like a high-speed car race. You know, anything that's like a GT1, GT2, you know, like a Maserati MC12, or it could be an F3 car, F4 car. That's a high-speed car race, or Formula 1, whatever. One of them, a GT3 car, or Porsche Cup, or GT4 as a sort of average car, and then a road car race. So every hour or so, you basically have a fast car, a medium speed, a medium speed car, and a road car.
I don't like.
I would really like.
So it's probably one of the.
I mean, I won't want it, but I think it'd be really good if it had like an actual engaging single player. So if it had good AI and stuff to go through,
GT mods,
that'd be fun. But more than that, I'd just like more hot lap challenges that were actually quite tricky but fun. Like the golden disco balls. I think that's quite simple but really fun to do. It was really fun trying to, for me as someone that's a bit shit, it's fun getting what are moderately difficult lap times, and it's fun to live stream as well. So that would be cool. But other than that, I mean, it'd be nice if they tweaked the netcode a bit so it was less ping pong bally. But I mean, the cruising stuff I don't really care about, but I think it's good for if I think it could be good as a game mechanic and something that would be good for sales. Yeah, don't care about rain, don't care about day night. I mean, if you're gonna, the thing is, if you're gonna do day night and rain, then you're basically, the only context where that really makes sense if you're doing endurance racing, in which case you really need then you need like driver swaps and all that crap and all the management of that for proper endurance racing. But like, it's so much work for something that's great, but then you need an iRacing like system with insane numbers of servers for those types of events to make sense. So it's best to just not do that. Yeah, but LMU's unstable, has terrible force feedback, and is in a game that's from 2012. You know, I like the LMU developers. It will get there. Look, R Factor 2 was supposedly getting there from. It came out in 2012, and I'm done with R Factor. I'm sorry. I was done with R Factor by the end of R Factor 1. I was so done with ini file editing. The heat death of the universe is going to occur before anything using ISI engine is decent. BeamNG will have like a better time model by the time that happens. It's not. They're not going to put voice chat in the game. I don't think there's any interest in that. I mean, they might do, but oh my goodness. Yeah, it is the roads around the Nordschleife, but I think Overtake also just did a video showing the corner in real life because their office is basically like an hour from the Nordschleife. I'm not liking your tone. My tone's an out of tune pipe whistle. Oh, thanks, Shumi, of course, yes. You know, it's the reputation we have in our purple shirts. Everyone's jealous. Why's my video over contrasting? What's over contrasting? Am I glowing? It's the colour balance. Oversaturated. It's because in real life I look pale. I look like I've got scurvy, so I have to. We have to.
Green flag, green flag.
It's weird actually. I think it's just the Sony camera. It has somewhat weird defaults.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
The Sony cameras normally in daylight and stuff quite neutral. Well, Sony tends to have a really neutral colour tone, but indoors with LED lights I find the Sony cameras get a bit. You have to turn the saturation down quite a bit, which is weird, but probably not for a year, 2, 3. It'll be really good when it does come out though, Shumi, because people will pretend if it is substantially different, the people that defended the previous physics will be like, oh yeah, no, it's only a small tweak, it's definitely better, but you know, it's definitely a gradual improvement. Even if it's completely different, which is what it would have to be, obviously. I really wonder, like with ACC when they changed their physics, I do wonder with iRacing, what will happen with the user base? Will they just accept it? Because if they, as I say, if they did make the tyres actually realistic, the sim would drive completely differently. Like it would be a totally different sim to drive. So, as a result, that would presumably be a bit confusing to the majority of the people that have learned how to play iRacing. So it'll be really interesting how iRacers respond to that. Why is my gear indicate? Oh, I have a lock to horizon on because I find it more comfortable. It's not floating in space. It's on my holographic display in my LMP2 car. Matt, you're done with ACC. Why are you done with ACC? This is a 45-minute race with a fixed setup, so it's a multi-class as well. But I don't... Oh no, it's a 30-minute race. I'm not sure how this is going to work though. I'm not sure how many... On a track like Spa, I think we'll only do like 2 overtakes of GT3 cars unless they crash. That's probably true, counter debate, yeah. Well, it'll be really frustrating because if they actually get the tyres realistic, it'll reward people that overdrive more, like know how to push a car more, which is absolutely the opposite of how you drive iRacing. So there'll be a whole load of people that have learnt to drive super preemptively that presumably will get rinsed by people that know that, you know, brake more aggressively, slide the cars through the corners a bit, especially in sprint races. I mean, normally smooth, even if you can slide around a bit, smooth is normally fast anyway. So maybe it won't be that much of a. Maybe they'll still be all right. Be interesting. You're ready for it. You're ready for this?
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Yeah. I've got 2x. It's well harsh. Yeah, I'm not sure why they've done that, Nick, because they actually one of the things in the last season update, which was quite a good choice, is the standing start. The cars drive. The tyres are warm as if the car's already done an outlap. So it's weird to still do full outlaps, but I don't know. It's fine. I don't really mind it myself.
One to go, next time by. Line up on the right side. The estimated strength of field is 2,100. 4. Pit road is closed right now.
Put.
We expect to be fighting for the podium.
You know, in GT3 racing, the GT3 teams are actually profitable businesses, right? Not the drivers, but like the team owners. Or do they just operate neutrally, and it's just because they so like the car companies make money from people buying the cars and stuff, but do the team owners actually make money? I think they do. That's a freak. Yeah, they're just that's true. No, that's the drivers' counter debate. ChatGPT might know how much money a team owner gets. How profitable are Formula 1 teams that are profitable? Some aren't, I know, but like... or do they just see it as... So with like Red Bull, the team doesn't actually have to... Like, if the team is neutral or even a loss, the marketing spend would be more... It's like Mr. Beast, for example, could do a YouTube video that makes no money, but it doesn't matter because the direct marketing for some shit product that's highly profitable, you would have to pay more for that marketing than doing the YouTube channel. So Red Bull would have to pay more for some other team to be Red Bull than them doing it themselves. So it actually ends up, that's how it kind of ends up being cost effective. 100,000 to 1 million annual. Oh right, who wants to set up a GT3 team? who wants to right, Team Gamer Muscle. I'm sure that it's not corrupt and rigged and completely locked out for normal people to do it. I'm sure it's a totally fair enterprise. We could have a team, we could sell 3 seats, we could have 1 drive seat, sorted. There we go. It must be easy. Yeah. I hear weird stuff from drivers, and then people complaining when they bring out new cars that just cost more, but they're bought to be the same overall performance supposedly, or should be, than the old cars. There's a lot of like, from the casual conversations I've heard, there's a lot of like shenanigans. That's just how it is, isn't it? Yeah. Like, you know, like all those things. The livery can just be, we can use Thomas Schmidt's Richard Dawkins. That wouldn't upset Europeans though. Yeah, a little McLaren. Ah, be amazing. Problem is, you need a product that has the market size for you to then be able to capitalise on the advertising for it to make sense. Or a product that's a shit product, but it's just 99% profit. I think they're still in Europe, Shumi. I did see Spas in the UK. They were all over France. I think they're still in France and Europe. We could have a wimpy car. Oh, here we go.
About to go green. Stay focused. Green, green, green. You got a slow car on the left.
Don't know where they went. Are you kidding? You idiot! Idiot! What was he doing? Oh, has he broken my car? How can you be that bad? Oh, what a dumb move from them. This car's so sluggish. How do you even do that? Well, they're gone. Goodbye. I think we're okay. I think we survived that somehow. Why do that on the first lap in a 30-minute race? Doesn't make any sense at all. Looked a bit like netcode as well. Really weird. Is it 0x, I think? Oh no, it's 2x, I think. Oh yeah, no, 0x, wasn't it? We got 2x in quali, I think. I'm not sure. Not again! I don't mind. Oh, hang on. We could turn. I know the salt was on. Now this is IMSA. He does one little slide and that's it, his car's going off the road. Really weird. Appreciate the donation though. Nice of him. This is LMP2 in IMSA. I think this was better when it was just LMP2 versus GT3, because it meant that you had more cars that you were actually racing against. Yeah, that's, to be fair, yeah, you got a hype refund. It's important. I don't want to get too hyped. No, like my view on multi-class has always been that if you have a 30-minute race and it's fixed and you've got you need a lot of cars for it to work, then it's fun overtaking the traffic. But where multi-class doesn't work is if you have too many different types of cars, so you're in 3 separate races and the grid isn't large enough. So for multi-class to work, you need lots of cars and not too many classes, and ideally the fast cars are a lot faster than the slower cars, so that you're not just, you know, so you actually have a lot of traffic to drive through. But yeah, the requirements for multi-class to work are, it means it doesn't really work in many sims. Well, I think 45 minutes is better. Like 30 minutes is not long enough with an LMP2 car to close up on a car in front if you're gradually faster. and not needlessly 10 minutes longer than 20 minutes, which would be perfectly fine. So yeah, either like 20-25 minutes or 45 minutes I think is a good, or even like an hour or something. Yeah, we hit Hype 1 because someone became a member. What's the fastest way to bring up safety rating? Just track with lots of corners. It's a fast track. Nordschleife, Spa, no, not Spa, but, Road Atlanta, and then something where you're not going to get driven into people. So something with flowing corners so you can avoid people easily. So stay away from like Alton Park, Red Bull Ring. I don't know. You just need to qualify in the top 5 in hot lap. Skippy at Nords would be good, yeah, for safety rating. As long if you don't race people at the end. F4's at Red Bull Ring at the moment. It's not F4 Nords at the moment. It's I'm not sure what it is on Nords. Some road car, GT car, something. LMP2 is normally on tracks like this is normally pretty good for safety rating. Someone Google how much it costs.
Maybe you could take the slowdown penalty off the racing line.
No. Someone Google how much it costs to drive a
Just a thought.
LMP2.
You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.1 seconds.
They're more expensive than GT3, aren't they, to get into? Loads of money. Technically, it doesn't cost anything because you'll be using inheritance or wealth that's not taxed, or money from investments that's not. Yeah. So actually, technically, it doesn't cost anything. Ironically, if you're actually looking at actual cost. In a literal sense of how cost actually works for most people, basically it's free. Well, it's the thing of if you've passed. If you have investments that pay back enough money that you get enough money from those investments, passive money from those investments, that's more than the sort of utilitarian value of money for base living costs in a nice place, base food costs, like nice food, like you could afford to eat out in a restaurant every night basically, and you've got you can afford all your investments pay for all your living costs effectively. Well, at that point,
Mike.
Anything surplus to that, if it's guaranteed, which it would be on a lot of if you've got enough money for those investments to be very low risk, well then there's no cost. you've basically broken the fundamental point of how money's supposed to operate. So it actually is free. Yeah, about yeah, if you want a luxurious life, probably like 7 million would probably do it. Not to be an LMP2 driver, but 2.5 million is enough to be invested to have like 70k a year, I think. Assuming you own a property. So let's say 2.5 million invested, and you have a £500,000 property. There you go. Anything after that? What do you need? You need, like, if you're talking about retirement money and taking advantage of retirement pots, you need like 1.2 million. If you were 50, I think. Pleb level. Nah, we're alright. But you wouldn't have. But if that's 15,000 a month, okay. But that's property investment, so that's not exactly the lowest risk thing, is it, necessarily?
We're gonna lose so much time.
What you could do. Yeah, that's. What you could do is you buy a you have enough money to buy like a block of flats to then do a student flats, and then you charge every student an obscene amount of money every 2 weeks. Well, 15,000 a month is enough to do LMP2, right? As a driver. Airbnb. You need enough to be able to pay someone else to be able to manage it, and then to pay someone to manage the person that's managing it. So you then don't have to do anything. You can just sit on your yacht. Well, yeah, when I lived in the north, the student stuff was insane. Like, people could buy like the terraced housing in Middlesbrough for, it was like £25,000-30,000 at one point. I think it was even less at one point. And then they were putting 4 to 5 students, all paying like £200 a month. £70 a week, so let's say £300 a month, and so they had 5 people in a property. Granted, it's not the whole year, but let's say, what would that be over 6 months? Mental, absolutely mental. And then the quality of the properties would be shit because students don't complain too much. They don't know any better. I think that racket will probably cease to exist at some point. It is funny though, isn't it? How like property investment and money is effectively just like Bitcoin, where it's just mental. And yet at the same time, people want to pretend that money is attached to hard work. It's like, well, look guys, you can't have a go at people on the dole getting small amounts of money, or, you know, and be like, oh, well, they're not working, and at the same time be like, oh, we love this system where people are getting millions of pounds for randomly doing something completely outside of any intention. It's like on one level they're totally happy that it's like the national lottery, and then on the other level, for some reason, the poverty level, they're like, oh no, you have to treat it seriously. I think the problem with property cat debate for a lot of people is that what they end up doing is they don't have enough capital to buy property in areas where it's less risky, and then they take out too much of a loan with too much leverage to then buy properties in areas where it's probably too risky. And then the regulation changes, or they struggle to put people in the property, or the property has like a fundamental issue or something. But yeah, people that are already wealthy, obviously they can buy property in lower risk areas because they don't need to have as much of a return, or they don't need to use as much leverage to be able to get enough property to have enough cash flow from it compared to doing other jobs. So I think it's... it's a system that's heavily biased towards inherited wealth. Well, I think landlording shouldn't necessarily be illegal, but it should be very highly regulated, like, you know, so that the profits should be capped from it, basically, and then the service offered should have to be very heavily regulated to a certain standard. I think, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just complicated as well. I mean, Germany has more properties in general. They also have better renter rights. But the thing is, the stupid thing as well is that the regulation doesn't favour, like, some independent landlords that are actually might be doing a good job but actually care and are not profiteering. The regulation doesn't favour them. It basically...
I'm pitting.
Oh yeah, we're going to have to pit at some point. Forgot about that.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear.
It's all messed up. It does work, yeah. You can also add it. You can also add the margin to it.
Left side. Clear. Faster traffic approaching.
If you do something, well, a lot of people, it's to do with like, yeah, tangible goods versus ethereal stuff, and then, ironically, the most valuable thing is always time. So service, actual, you know, someone doing an actual job like an actual using their time for something else should actually be one of the more profitable things, but it's not, is it? It's pretty obvious what I said. It's exactly the same as people not valuing software but valuing hardware. Like if you give someone a solid physical item, they attribute more value to it than a non-physical thing. Well, a lot of people do. I'm not saying everyone does. I'm not saying markets do. So like an average pleb tends to do that.
Bro, you're an idiot, honestly.
Most valuable thing is time. What does that
mean? Such an idiot.
It means that ultimately time is the most valuable thing. I.e., if something gives you more time, you're not spending your time doing something you don't want to be doing. That is the most valuable thing. Once people have like food in a house, it's all, the value is all time based. Like what allows people, what gives people more time to be doing what they're doing. That's the real value, because it's the one limited thing. It's the ultimate limitation, isn't it? You have 70 years. So that then becomes the most valuable thing. But only once you've passed the point of being able to have food in a house. Yeah, exactly. Like once you've passed the threshold of base living. That's quite funny, isn't it, as well, that the system, the most valuable thing to people. But the system basically ignores that for poor people, because their time, it's like, oh no, you're a poor person, so your time's not worth anything. We don't care about you wasting your life spent in a factory. But this wealthy person, their time's valuable because they're a wealthy person. They're allowed to have their time be valued.
Pit box in 5, 3, 2, 1. Right here.
I wonder how much, right? If you had a drug that extended your life and it was a good quality life extension, like not just
Move it.
What? Oh no. Worst pit stop in the history of motorsport here. Oh no. Well, that worked. Ah, well, we'll do another lap. Bloody hell. Yeah. Best pit stop in the history of pit stops, that. You can't even go back and get them to redo it, even though you've changed the setting, which is weird. It's because we didn't have begin fueling done. What? Surely autofuel should have done it. I know, did it actually do the fuel? Well, 9 minutes. Oh, we're probably alright. I think it did do the fuel, I just didn't notice it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here.
pitting.
God, my buttons aren't working. Oh, yeah, it did do the fuel. Oh, well. It's fine. I didn't notice it going up. It took so long to do the tyres. Great job.
The leader is running 9.897.
This was a very successful race. I think we nailed this. Easy. I think they should add a bicycle category to this. And then a unicycle class. I think that would just add to the excitement. Imagine passing unicyclists in an LMP2 car. There's never been a series, apart from Project Gotham Racing, where you have motorbikes and cars. That would be a good spectator sport. Motorbikes and cars, multi-class. That should be in more games. Obviously good fun. Totally not annoying being on a bike and cars driving into you. Yeah, Nordschleife, multi-class bikes and cars. That killed the franchise. It was too exciting.
Right side. Clear. Left side. Clear.
Tour de France LMP2. That'd be well good. You have cars in the Tour de France. I don't think Kunos have sent beta keys out to anyone, to be honest. I don't, well, apart from people working on the game. I mean, there's closed beta NDA people, obviously. There's not much use having that access as a YouTube channel because you can't talk about it.
Clear on the right. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Got it! Is that what he said? We said golden lit. I don't know.
Clear on the right.
It's like the worst font for a car.
Left side. Clear on the left. You've got about 5 laps of fuel. Right side. Clear. away from the car behind. The gap is 6.6 seconds. Faster traffic approaching. Left side. You're in the top 10. Clear. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Why is he flashing his lights at me?
Right side. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear.
I'm tempted to pull out of the way, but as soon as someone flashes their lights at me, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna hold my line and drive completely legally, but be less accommodating. Like, if you're flashing the lights at me, miles behind me, I will do the entirely by the book thing.
Coming up quick. Car right. Clear on the right.
Shook his Tic Tacs. Were they mint or orange?
Left side. Clear. Car right. Clear on the right. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 8.4.
This is a very successful race. We've got pit bamboozled. Yeah, I think now because of the LMDH, you're probably going to just get a better race just doing the LMP2 fixed.
The car in P4. Just set fastest lap. 4.315.
I think LMDH has actually ruined IMSA on our racing. Because there's not enough LMDH cars if you go LMDH to even have a good race with them. And they're not that much faster than LMP2. It just means you've split the hypercar grid up. I think it'd be super fun to have 100 car grids of LMP2 as like 30, 40 cars. And then yeah, best water technology.
Good race, man.
Wow, the best water technology. I always wondered who had the best water technology. You ever thought to yourself, do you wake up sometimes and you just go, I just wonder where I can find the best water technology? I'm really passionate about technology, but specifically water technology. I don't really care about other technology. I'm related to urinals. It's a urinal. It's a bidet company. The best water technology. Water technology. What does your business specialise in? Oh, technology for water. We're the best. Oh, you're a plumber? Yeah. So stupid.
Good race, guys.
What happened in that?
Maybe they'll have an extremely long loading time to get into this race, for this track.
I think my water technology is broken. Oh, the dive bomb? Where was the dive bomb? Oh, yeah. No, he was in... Oh, yeah, I can't even remember. Oh, yeah, the pink car, yeah. I'd already deleted it from my brain. I'd already forgotten about it. That's... If you play iRacing enough, you just learn to forget the attempted murders. You just go, wow. Don't dwell on it. Or if you're actually a hardcore iRacer, you dwell on it so much that you wait an hour to then report. That would be the... Can you imagine? Imagine having a real job that's a bit shit. Right? And then you come home and then you're like, oh, I'll play some iRacing. If you had a real job... I mean, to be fair, I think I killed him. I think that might have been slightly on me. But I mean, look, he did... Look, here he's driven into... Okay, he's gone up the inside randomly. And he has missed a break point. But you could say I moved there. So, yeah, you could say I reactively moved to the inside. Let's see from my camera here. I mean, I'm not... No, we are actually already... No, we are actually turning right a bit here. We're not... I've not reactively turned to the right. Our car is already going diagonal here. But then it's weird, like he's That's just weird, though. I wonder if he... Like, look at his car darting around all over the place. Well, his car's wobbling all over the place as well. Look at how smooth all the other cars are. I mean, from his view, it's just a bit weird what he's like. Look at him wobbling all over the place. Like, what is going on? What? What? Oh. Okay, maybe he's trying to fake us. And then that's well into the braking zone. And he's turned left. He's actually turned left into us there. My car's sort of just diagonally going into the braking zone. And he's... Why is he turning left there after turning right? That is wheel is turned like this into me. So, I mean... And that's already in the braking zone. Like, you can see the cars in front. I'm basically braking with them as well. Which is fine. Like, he's got his space. He should just be further to the right, I think. Yeah, you can see there's nothing crazy with what my car's doing, even from his view. He should just be further to the right here, and then he'll be further along in the corner. Because at this point here, he's... I mean, with this car, he's never coming out of this corner ahead anyway. Like, What's weird is I've already turned left. I've already started moving left, but then when the contact happens, then it goes fine. So I think there might be a bit of netcode in it as well. That would explain why his car's wobbling around so much. Oh dear. There's no real point in going for that aggressive of an overtake here in a 30-minute race anyway. No umbrella. Oh, he's quit. I never make mistakes. Yeah, I've never driven into anyone, especially even this live stream. I've never driven into anyone. What else happened? Who doesn't have two thumbs on one hand? That's the fashionable thing these days. What? Right. What happened to this guy? No. He got stuck in like the traction controls slide. Look. That's well weird. I wonder what his wheel's doing on board. Car's just not coming out of it, look. He got back there. Yeah, imagine that. Having a real job that sucks and you're knackered from your real job, and then you're like, I think I'll go and play some iRacing. Can you imagine? And then you're like, I've been wrecked by someone. I lost my license because of the accident. The game's stuttering. See, if I had a real job, I would just play. I'd play Microsoft Flight Simulator and Rocket League and stuff. I don't know why people with real jobs play games like iRacing. Doesn't make any sense. You have to be well good at torturing yourself. Oh dear, right guys, that's enough anti-hype. We had too much hype for Assetto Corsa. We've now deflated ourselves through iRacing. It's beautiful. That was quite fun. It was all right actually. It's now tea time. Cup of tea time, not tea time. It was a nice fun stream. Are there any players of Assetto Corsa? No. Oh, Matt Malone's on. There we go. I'll send you guys to Matt Malone. He's awesome. Alright. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys soon. Good racing. Maybe we'll do some AC soon. Take care, guys. Have a good night. Spam tea time in Matt Malone's chat. That'd be awesome. Bye!